Hey, I'm glad you're here tonight. By now, some of you have made this part of your evenings, and I never take that for granted. Whether you're here every night or just found this channel today, welcome. Tonight's story is a real, true crime case, and like always, I'll take it slowly, just enough for you to follow without feeling pulled in too hard. If these episodes have become part of your quiet time, subscribing is the easiest way to keep them close. All right, this is episode 151. Let's begin. In the summer of 1989, the quiet town of Burlington, Vermont, became the center of a case that would stay in the minds of investigators and the public for decades. It began with a woman named Helle Crafts, a 40-year-old flight attendant originally from Denmark, who had built a life in the United States with her husband, Richard Crafts, and their 3 children. From the outside, they appeared to be a stable suburban family. Richard was a pilot for a private airline. Helle worked long international flights and was known as responsible, organized, and close to her friends. But behind the appearance of normal family life, the marriage had been collapsing for years. Friends later described Helle as increasingly fearful and emotionally exhausted. She had spoken openly about divorce and had begun telling people she believed her husband might kill her. At first, those statements sounded like the language of a painful marriage, but after she vanished, they became impossible to ignore. In November 1986, during a cold Connecticut winter, Helle disappeared. The last confirmed sighting of her was on November 18th after she returned from work at Kennedy Airport. A friend had dropped her near her home in Newtown, Connecticut. Snow had begun falling heavily that night, covering roads and sidewalks, and creating the kind of weather that erases details by morning. When Helle did not report to work and stopped contacting friends, concern grew quickly. Richard Crafts explained that she had left the house after an argument and had gone away for some time. He suggested she needed space and had chosen to disappear voluntarily. But people who knew Helle did not believe that story. She would not leave her children without explanation. She would not abandon her job without warning. And most importantly, she had already told people she was afraid of exactly this kind of ending. Police began looking into the disappearance, but at first there was no body, no clear crime scene, and no obvious physical proof of murder. Missing person cases without remains often stall there. This one almost did. Then small details started to form a much darker picture. Investigators learned that just before Helle disappeared, Richard had rented a wood chipper, the kind of industrial machine used to destroy large branches and tree limbs. He had also rented a freezer and purchased unusual cleaning supplies. None of these facts alone proved anything, but together they created immediate suspicion. Why would a man whose wife had just vanished need that specific combination of equipment? Richard gave practical explanations. The wood chipper was for yard work. The freezer was for household use. The cleaning products were ordinary purchases, but investigators were not convinced. Attention turned to the snowy night of Helle's disappearance. Witnesses reported seeing Richard using his truck during the storm, moving around at odd hours. One local snowplow driver later described seeing a truck parked near a bridge over the Housatonic River, with what appeared to be someone feeding material into a machine. That statement changed everything. Police searched the riverbank and surrounding wooded area beneath the bridge. At first they found almost nothing, only small fragments scattered across snow and frozen ground. But forensic teams kept searching. What they recovered was horrifying. Among the debris were tiny pieces of human tissue, hair, fingernails, and fragments of bone. There were also pieces of fabric matching clothing Helle had been known to wear and biological evidence that linked directly to her. Investigators concluded that her body had been dismembered and passed through the rented wood chipper, with remains scattered into the winter landscape. It was one of the first major murder prosecutions in the United States, built largely without a complete body. The forensic challenge was enormous. There was no traditional recovery of remains, no single clear murder weapon presented in court, and no confession. Everything depended on proving that these fragments, combined with Richard's actions, told a complete story. Further investigation strengthened that case. Inside the family home, traces of blood were found in the bedroom, despite attempts to clean. Mattress fibers and blood patterns suggested violence had occurred there. Prosecutors believed Richard had killed Helle in their home, likely while she was sleeping, then stored her body temporarily in the rented freezer before transporting and destroying the remains. The motive appeared to be a mixture of financial pressure, marital breakdown, and control. Helle had reportedly been preparing for divorce and had begun gathering evidence of Richard's affairs and financial problems. Investigators believed he saw her leaving not as the end of a marriage, but as a threat to the life and image he wanted to keep. Richard Crafts denied everything. He insisted Helle had simply disappeared and that investigators had turned coincidence into accusation. His defense argued that the forensic evidence was too incomplete and too dependent on interpretation. Without a full body, they said the prosecution was building certainty where doubt still existed. The trial became national news. It was complex, technical, and deeply unsettling. Jurors had to consider not just the emotional force of the disappearance, but the scientific evidence of microscopic remains and the logic of behavior. The rented wood chipper became the unforgettable symbol of the case. In 1988, after an earlier mistrial, Richard Crafts was convicted of murder and sentenced to 50 years in prison. The case became known as the wood chipper murder, a name that sounded almost too grim to be real, but it marked an important moment in criminal investigation. It proved that a murderer could still be convicted even when the victim's body had been almost entirely destroyed if enough evidence remained in the smallest fragments. For Helle's children, the case was not about legal history or forensic innovation. It was the loss of a mother who had tried to warn people she was in danger and never got the chance to leave safely. For investigators, it was a reminder that absence can itself be evidence. A missing person who leaves behind children, work, routines, and fear does not simply vanish into nothing. Sometimes the story is hidden in what someone bought, what they rented, where they drove in the snow, and what the winter failed to completely erase. Richard Crafts maintained his innocence for years, but the court's conclusion never changed. Helle Crafts did not disappear. She was murdered, and the truth was found not in one dramatic discovery, but in fragments scattered across ice, riverbank, and silence. Next story. On the night of December 22nd, 1996, in the quiet rural landscape of West Cork, Ireland, the winter air was cold and heavy with silence. The roads were narrow, the houses scattered far apart, and darkness settled early over the countryside. In one of those isolated homes, a French film producer named Sophie Toscan Duplantier was spending the Christmas season alone. She was 39 years old, successful, well known in Paris media circles, and married to a prominent French television producer. Her visits to Ireland were an escape from the speed and noise of her professional life. She loved the quiet of West Cork, where she owned a holiday home near the village of Shull, surrounded by hills, sea wind, and long stretches of solitude. It was a place where she could disappear from the pressure of work and simply exist in peace. That peace ended during the night. On the morning of December 23rd, a neighbor discovered Sophie's body near the gate outside her home. She was still wearing night clothes beneath an outer layer, suggesting she had left the house suddenly, perhaps an alarm. She had suffered severe injuries from a violent attack. The scene was brutal and immediate. There was no sign of robbery, no clear evidence of forced entry, and no obvious reason why someone would target her in such an isolated place. The murder shocked the region. Violent crime of that nature was rare in West Cork, especially against someone living quietly and privately. Investigators arrived to find not only a homicide, but a case with almost no clear direction. Sophie had no known enemies locally. She was far from her main life in France. Whoever killed her had either known exactly where she was or encountered her by chance in the dark. The investigation began with the people closest to the area. Neighbors, local workers, tradesmen, and anyone who might have known she was staying there were questioned. Attention gradually turned toward a man named Ian Bailey, an English journalist and freelance writer living nearby with his partner. Bailey was known locally as intelligent, outspoken, and physically imposing. He had a strong personality and a reputation for inserting himself into local stories. He also appeared unusually interested in Sophie's murder almost immediately, contacting media outlets and discussing details of the case in a way that some investigators found strange. What first raised suspicion was not direct forensic evidence, but behavior and timing. Witnesses reported seeing Bailey with scratches and injuries on his hands and forehead shortly after the murder. His explanations for those injuries changed over time. At one point, he attributed them to cutting down a Christmas tree. Others questioned whether that explanation truly matched the severity and pattern of the marks. There were also statements from people who claimed Bailey had made troubling comments, including suggestions that sounded like indirect admissions. Some witnesses later said he spoke as though he knew too much about the crime before certain details were public. Others described conversations where he allegedly referred to having gone too far or made dark remarks about the killing. These statements would become central, but also controversial, because witness memory shifts under pressure, and some accounts changed over the years. Investigators searched Bailey's home and property. They looked for blood evidence, clothing, and anything that could physically connect him to the scene. But the forensic case remained weak. No murder weapon was conclusively identified. No direct DNA evidence definitively tied him to the killing. The prosecution would rely heavily on circumstantial evidence and witness testimony rather than a single decisive forensic discovery. Bailey denied involvement from the beginning and continued to do so for the rest of his life. He argued that he became a suspect because he was visible, eccentric, and easy to focus on in a small community desperate for answers. He claimed the investigation built a story around him first and then tried to force evidence to fit. Twice, Irish authorities arrested him. Twice, the director of public prosecutions declined to move forward with prosecution in Ireland, citing insufficient evidence for a likely conviction. This did not end the suspicion. Instead, it created a case that lived in a strange space between accusation and unresolved doubt. In France, where Sophie's family continued pushing for justice, the case followed a different path. Because Sophie was a French citizen, French authorities pursued their own legal process. In 2019, Ian Bailey was tried in absentia in Paris. He did not attend. The French court convicted him of murder and sentenced him to 25 years in prison. Ireland, however, did not extradite him, and he remained living there, still publicly denying any role in the crime. This created one of the most unusual legal outcomes in modern true crime history. Convicted in one country, never tried in the country where the murder occurred. The case became even more widely discussed decades later through documentaries and renewed media attention, particularly because of the contrast between certainty and uncertainty. To some, Bailey was obviously the killer, the injuries, the strange comments, the opportunity, the atmosphere around him. To others, the lack of hard forensic proof made the case dangerously incomplete, a story built too heavily on suspicion and personality. Sophie's family never stopped seeking closure. For them, the legal complexity did not change the central fact that she had been beaten to death outside her own holiday home during what should have been a peaceful Christmas retreat. Her life ended violently, and the passage of time did not reduce the absence. Ian Bailey died in 2024, still denying involvement, without ever standing trial in Ireland for the murder. That leaves the case in a place that true crime often struggles with most. A conclusion that exists legally for some and emotionally for others, but never with the universal finality people expect. One court declared guilt. Another system never fully tested it. What remains beyond legal arguments is the image of that isolated house in West Cork, the winter darkness, and a woman who came there for silence and privacy, only to become the center of one of Ireland's most haunting unsolved and disputed murder cases. It is remembered not only because of the violence, but because the answer has never felt completely settled, and because sometimes the longest part of a murder case begins after the crime itself. Next story. In the winter of 1991, the small city of Austin, Texas, became the setting for one of the most disturbing family murder cases in modern American criminal history. It was a case that at first looked like a brutal home invasion. A respected husband called for help, claiming that his wife had been attacked inside their own home while he was away. By the end of the investigation, that story would collapse completely, revealing something far darker than a random act of violence. The victim was 30-year-old Betty Gore, a schoolteacher, mother of 2 young daughters, and a familiar face in her local church community. She lived what seemed like a stable suburban life with her husband Alan Gore. They were active in church, involved in neighborhood life, and raising their family in what appeared to be an ordinary and peaceful routine. Another family in the same social circle was Candy and Pat Montgomery. Candy was known as confident, social, and deeply involved in church activities. She and Betty sang together in the church choir, spent time around the same families, and moved within the same quiet suburban world where people knew each other well enough to trust easily. But beneath that ordinary setting, a private relationship had formed. Months before the murder, Candy Montgomery and Alan Gore had begun an affair. It was not impulsive. By later accounts, it had been discussed carefully, almost clinically, with rules and boundaries meant to keep emotions controlled and families intact. They told themselves it would be temporary and discreet. Eventually, the affair ended, and outwardly, life seemed to return to normal. Then, on June 13th, 1980, Betty Gore was found dead inside her home. She had been attacked with an axe and suffered an extraordinary number of wounds. The violence was extreme, far beyond what most investigators associated with a quick act of rage. The scene was shocking even for experienced officers. There were no signs of forced entry, suggesting Betty had known the person who entered the house or had willingly allowed them inside. Her infant daughter was found alive in the home, alone for hours beside the aftermath of the killing. The brutality immediately raised difficult questions. This was not burglary. Nothing significant had been stolen. The level of violence suggested intense personal conflict. Investigators quickly focused on people close to Betty, especially anyone connected to recent tensions in her life. It did not take long for the affair between Alan Gore and Candy Montgomery to surface. Candy admitted she had gone to Betty's house that morning, but her explanation was simple. She said she had stopped by briefly to pick up a swimsuit for one of her children. According to her first account, the visit had been ordinary and uneventful. But as investigators pressed further, and as inconsistencies appeared, the situation changed. Eventually, Candy Montgomery admitted she had been the one who killed Betty Gore. Her explanation was that the encounter had turned violent after Betty confronted her about the affair. Candy claimed Betty attacked her first with the axe, and that she fought back in self-defense during a physical struggle inside the utility room of the house. According to Candy, fear and panic took over, and the confrontation escalated into lethal violence. This confession transformed the case from a search for an unknown killer into a legal battle over intent. The question was no longer who had done it, but why and under what circumstances. The prosecution argued that the number of wounds and the severity of the attack made self-defense difficult to accept. They believed the killing reflected anger, resentment, and emotional collapse rather than simple survival. The defense argued the opposite, that Betty had initiated the violence, that Candy had feared for her life, and that the extreme nature of the attack reflected panic rather than planning. Psychological testimony became important during trial. Candy's defense team introduced the idea that a specific trigger during the struggle had caused a dissociative reaction tied to childhood trauma, pushing her into a state of uncontrollable survival instinct. It was an argument that drew both attention and skepticism. The case became a national story because of how ordinary the people involved seemed. This was not a hidden criminal world. It was suburban Texas, church choirs, family dinners, and familiar neighbors. The contrast between that image and the violence of the murder made the case especially haunting. In 1980, after trial, Candy Montgomery was found not guilty of murder. The verdict shocked many people. To some, it was proof that the jury believed the self-defense claim. To others, it felt impossible to reconcile the brutality of the crime with complete legal acquittal. After the trial, Candy left Texas and largely disappeared from public attention. Betty Gore's family was left with the reality that, regardless of legal interpretation, Her life had ended in one of the most violent domestic crimes the town had ever seen. The case has remained in public memory for decades because it challenges simple moral structure. There is no unknown suspect, no hidden evidence waiting to be discovered. The killer was known. The act was admitted. Yet the legal conclusion was not guilt, but justification under law. That creates a kind of discomfort that solved cases often avoid. People expect murder stories to end with punishment and certainty. This one ended with debate. Betty Gore died inside her own home on an ordinary summer morning, killed by someone she knew, in a confrontation shaped by betrayal, secrecy, and emotion that had been building quietly long before that day. The courtroom decided it was self-defense. Public opinion never fully settled. And that is why the story continues to endure, because sometimes the most unsettling cases are not the ones where no one knows what happened, but the ones where everyone knows and still cannot agree on what justice should have looked like. Next story. In the autumn of 1978, the city of Columbia, Missouri, became the center of a case that would haunt investigators for years because it began with something so ordinary that no one immediately understood its importance. A woman simply did not come home. Her name was Nancy Cruzen. She was young, recently married, and working hard to build a stable life with her husband in a quiet Midwestern community. She was known as dependable, the kind of person whose routines were consistent enough that even a small disruption stood out. When she failed to return after a normal evening out, concern spread quickly among the people who knew her. At first, it looked like a missing person case without a clear starting point. There were no obvious signs of violence, no known enemies, and no reason for voluntary disappearance. Her car had not been found abandoned in a dramatic location. There was no public scene of struggle. There was only absence. And in criminal investigation, absence could be the hardest thing to interpret. Days later, that changed. Nancy's body was discovered in a rural area outside town, hidden in a place chosen for distance and silence rather than sophistication. She had been murdered. The exact details of the attack showed clear violence. But what disturbed investigators most was not only the crime itself, but the realization that the person responsible had likely been close enough to her life to move without immediate suspicion. The investigation widened through interviews with friends, co-workers, neighbors, and anyone connected to her last known movements. Detectives built timelines by hand, following the slow method of pre-digital police work, relying on memory, receipts, witness statements, and instinct rather than phone records or surveillance cameras. Attention gradually turned toward a man named Stephen Smith, someone within the extended circle of local familiarity rather than a stranger passing through. He was not an obvious suspect at first, but inconsistencies in his statements and his movements during the relevant time period began to create questions. What often changes a case is not a dramatic confession, but a small contradiction repeated too many times. Investigators noticed exactly that. Smith's explanation shifted. Details that should have been simple became uncertain. People close to him described behavior after the disappearance that felt wrong, not criminal by itself, but wrong enough to stay in memory. As detectives pressed deeper, physical evidence began to support suspicion. Forensic links in that era were not as immediate or technologically powerful as modern DNA testing, but fibers, trace materials, and location evidence still mattered. Combined with witness accounts, the case against him became stronger. The prosecution argued that Smith had encountered Nancy, killed her, and then transported her body to a rural location in an attempt to delay discovery. The motive was not rooted in a grand criminal plan, but in personal violence and opportunity, the kind of crime that grows from a moment of control rather than long-term conspiracy. Smith denied responsibility. As with many homicide cases built before modern forensic science reached its current level, the defense focused heavily on doubt. Without the kind of digital certainty people expect today, the argument became one of credibility, behavior, and whether the collection of smaller facts truly formed proof beyond reasonable doubt. The trial forced jurors to weigh not one perfect piece of evidence, but an entire structure of connected facts. Could routine inconsistency mean guilt? Could behavior after the crime reveal intention? Could silence itself become evidence? In the end, the court found Stephen Smith guilty of Nancy Cruzen's murder. For the family, conviction did not restore what had been lost. It only ended the question of who. That answer matters, but it never repairs the ordinary future that was taken away. Nancy had not disappeared into mystery. She had been killed, and the person responsible was someone close enough to move through the same world without immediate alarm. Cases like this rarely become famous outside their region because they lack the dramatic spectacle that draws national obsession. There was no celebrity, no massive media machine, no sensational mystery designed for headlines. But in many ways, these are the cases that define true crime most honestly. A person leaves home. Someone decides they will not come back. Investigators work slowly through ordinary lives until the truth appears not as one shocking revelation, but as a chain of human choices that cannot be undone. Nancy Cruzen's case reminds people that murder does not always arrive wrapped in obvious darkness. Sometimes it begins in routine, in familiar roads, in ordinary trust. That is why such stories endure, because they are not distant. They feel possible. The legal ending was clear. The man responsible was identified, tried, and convicted. But what remained in Colombia was the quieter aftermath, the understanding that a life built through daily normalcy can be destroyed in a single hidden act, and that justice, even when it arrives, is often only the formal acknowledgement of something already permanently broken. Next story. On the evening of August 10th, 2017, 30-year-old Swedish journalist Kim Wall boarded a privately built submarine in Copenhagen Harbor to conduct what should have been an unusual but straightforward interview. She had arranged to meet Peter Madsen, a Danish inventor known for building submarines and rockets, a man who had spent years attracting attention for ambitious engineering projects and a carefully maintained public image as an eccentric innovator. Kim Wall was an experienced freelance journalist. She had reported internationally and was known for pursuing stories that required patience, access, and a willingness to enter unfamiliar environments. The submarine interview was exactly the kind of assignment that fit her work. She planned to speak with Madsen about his projects and his reputation, then return later that evening. Friends and her partner expected her home that night. She never returned. When contact stopped and she missed plans without explanation, concern grew quickly. Her disappearance was treated seriously because it was so unlike her normal behavior. She had boarded the submarine in public view, and there was little uncertainty about the last person who had seen her alive. Peter Madsen initially told police that he had dropped Kim off safely on shore later that evening. He claimed the interview had ended normally and that she had left without issue. But almost immediately, problems appeared in that account. The submarine itself became the center of attention. The following morning, the vessel was spotted at sea. As authorities approached, the submarine suddenly sank. Madsen was rescued from the water, but Kim Wall was nowhere to be found. The sinking created immediate suspicion. Madsen stated that it had been an accident, a technical failure unrelated to Kim's disappearance. But investigators viewed the timing as highly significant. With no confirmed sighting of Kim leaving the submarine and no evidence supporting Madsen's explanation, the case intensified rapidly. Search teams focused on the harbor and surrounding waters. At the same time, police began examining Madsen's statements more closely. His version of events changed repeatedly. First, he insisted he had safely dropped her off. Later, he claimed she had died accidentally aboard the submarine after being struck by a heavy hatch. After that, he introduced yet another explanation involving accidental death from toxic fumes. Each version contradicted the last. The changing stories damaged his credibility and suggested a pattern of concealment rather than confusion. Days later, the investigation turned into a homicide case when human remains were discovered in the water near Copenhagen. They were identified as belonging to Kim Wall. Further recovery efforts found additional remains over time, and forensic examination showed clear evidence of deliberate dismemberment after death. The physical evidence strongly contradicted Madsen's claims of accidental death followed by panic. Investigators also found signs inside the submarine that suggested preparation and attempts to clean the scene. As the case developed, prosecutors argued that the murder had been intentional and planned. They pointed to the nature of the injuries, the disposal of the body, the false statements, and disturbing material found on Madsen's computer. The prosecution's position was that this was not an accident hidden badly, but a deliberate killing followed by systematic efforts to erase evidence. During trial, Madsen denied murdering Kim Wall. He admitted to dismembering her body and disposing of it at sea, but continued to insist that her death itself had been accidental. The court examined the sequence of events, the forensic findings, and the repeated changes in his explanations. The evidence was overwhelming. In April 2018, Peter Madsen was convicted of murder, sexual assault, and desecration of a corpse. He was sentenced to life imprisonment, the most severe penalty available under Danish law. The case shocked Denmark and drew international attention because of the setting and the contrast between appearances and reality. A journalist entering a submarine for an interview with a well-known inventor sounded unusual, but not dangerous. The crime took place in a confined, isolated environment where escape or outside help was impossible once the vessel left the harbor. It also became a case defined by deception. Madsen's public persona had helped create trust and fascination, and that same image collapsed under the weight of forensic evidence and repeated lies. There is no uncertainty about the legal outcome. Kim Wall boarded the submarine alive. She did not return. Peter Madsen was the last person with her. His explanations failed under scrutiny, and the court found him responsible for her murder. What remains is the unsettling simplicity of the beginning. A professional meeting, an interview request, a departure from shore under open evening light. Nothing in that first moment looked like the start of a murder case. But once the submarine disappeared beneath the water, the truth had already begun to sink with it. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who turned grief into greed, about insurance policies that became deadly investments, and about how one person discovered that being a widow could be very profitable. In the coal mining regions of Alabama during the early 1900s, Nanny Doss seemed like an unlucky woman plagued by tragedy. Her husbands kept passing away under mysterious circumstances, one after another across several decades. Her children experienced sudden illnesses. Her mother and sister also met untimely ends while in Nanny's care. The woman moved through life, leaving a trail of deceased family members behind her, always collecting insurance money, always moving on to new relationships. She presented herself as a cheerful woman who had endured terrible losses, her smile never fading despite the misfortunes that seemed to follow her everywhere. This is the story of Nanny Doss, known as the Giggling Granny. Between 1927 and 1954, she ended the lives of 11 people, including 4 husbands, 2 children, her mother, her sister, a grandson, and a nephew. She used rat poison containing arsenic, administering it in food and drinks over time to make the poisonings appear as natural illnesses. Her crimes went undetected for nearly 3 decades until a suspicious doctor finally ordered an examination that revealed the truth. Her arrest exposed one of the longest undetected serial cases in American history. Nancy Hazel was born on November 4th, 1905, in Blue Mountain, Alabama. Her childhood was marked by poverty and control. Her father was a domineering farmer who forced his children to work long hours and forbade them from attending social activities or having friends. Nancy, called Nanny by family, grew up isolated and resentful, dreaming of romance and escape from her oppressive home life. As a teenager, Nanny became obsessed with romance magazines and Lonely Hearts columns in newspapers. She fantasized about finding a romantic partner who would sweep her away from her difficult life. At 16, she married Charlie Braggs, seeing marriage as her escape route. But the marriage quickly became disappointing. Charlie was unfaithful and spent time away from home, and Nanny found herself trapped in another unsatisfying situation, this time with children to care for. In 1927, 2 of Nanny's 4 children passed away suddenly under mysterious circumstances. At the time, the deaths were attributed to food poisoning or illness. But these were likely Nanny's first victims, eliminated because they were burdens she did not want. Charlie, sensing something was wrong, or perhaps just fleeing an unhappy marriage, left Nanny in 1928, taking their eldest daughter with him. Nanny was left with one surviving child. Nanny began searching for a new husband through Lonely Hearts columns in newspapers. She married Frank Harrelson in 1929, but this marriage was also disappointing. Frank was reportedly an alcoholic who mistreated Nanny. In 1945, Frank passed away after experiencing severe digestive problems. Nanny collected his insurance money and immediately began looking for husband number 3. She married Arlie Lanning in 1947. Arlie was a womanizer who disappointed Nanny's romantic expectations. In 1950, Arlie passed away after a sudden illness. Shortly after, Nanny's house burned down under mysterious circumstances, allowing her to collect fire insurance. That same year, her son passed away from what appeared to be food poisoning. Nanny married Richard Morton in 1952. Richard also failed to meet her romantic ideals. He passed away in 1953 after just months of marriage. Nanny collected his insurance and moved on again. In 1953, Nanny married Samuel Doss after corresponding through a Lonely Hearts column. Samuel was a religious man who forbade drinking, smoking, and romance novels in his home. This was intolerable to Nanny, who loved her romance magazines and wanted excitement. In October 1954, Samuel became violently ill with severe stomach pains and was hospitalized. He seemed to recover briefly and returned home. But Samuel's symptoms returned, and he passed away on October 5, 1954. His doctor had been puzzled by the sudden relapse and the severity of symptoms. Rather than signing a routine death certificate, the physician ordered an examination. The results revealed massive amounts of arsenic in Samuel's body. Police began investigating and quickly discovered the pattern of deceased husbands and family members in Nanny's past. They exhumed bodies of previous husbands and found arsenic in multiple cases. The evidence was overwhelming and spanned decades. When confronted by police, Nanny confessed with disturbing cheerfulness. She giggled and smiled as she described her crimes, showing no remorse or understanding of the severity of what she had done. She explained that her husbands had disappointed her romantic expectations, that they were not the partners she had dreamed about in her romance magazines. She had eliminated them and moved on a search for the perfect mate. She also admitted to ending the lives of her mother, her sister, her grandson, and others, though her explanations were vague. In some cases, it appeared she killed for insurance money. In others, she seemed motivated by convenience or simple annoyance at having to care for them. Nanny Doss was tried in Oklahoma for the passing of Samuel Doss. She pleaded guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment. She was not tried for her other crimes, as one life sentence was considered sufficient. Throughout her trial and imprisonment, Nanny maintained her cheerful demeanor, smiling and giggling when discussing her crimes. She seemed to view her actions as reasonable solutions to disappointing circumstances. Nanny spent the rest of her life in the Oklahoma State Penitentiary. She gave occasional interviews where she continued to show no genuine remorse, explaining matter-of-factly that her husbands had not been romantic enough or had disappointed her expectations. She passed away in prison on June 2, 1965, from leukemia. She was 59 years old. The Nanny Doss case revealed how someone could commit crimes over decades without detection when victims were spread across different states and deaths appeared to be from natural causes. Arsenic poisoning produces symptoms similar to many common illnesses, and in an era before routine toxicology testing, poisoners could operate with relative impunity. Her case also demonstrated the dangers of someone who values fantasy over reality. Nanny was so consumed by romantic ideals from magazines that she could not accept normal human relationships with their flaws and complications. When reality disappointed her, she simply eliminated the disappointing person and searched for someone new, treating human lives as disposable obstacles to her fantasy of perfect romance. The 11 people who lost their lives to Nanny Doss were guilty only of being related to her or married to her and failing to live up to impossible romantic standards created by fiction magazines. They trusted her to prepare their food and care for them, never suspecting that the smiling woman was slowly poisoning them while planning her next relationship and collecting insurance money to fund her search for storybook romance that existed only in her imagination. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about two women who terrorized California, about a killing spree that shocked the nation, and about how a toxic friendship became a partnership in violence. In January 1991, two women were driving along California highways, picking up men and robbing them at gunpoint. Aileen Wuornos and her companion Tyria Moore were living in cheap motels, surviving through theft and whatever money they could get. But Eileen's robberies soon escalated into something far deadlier. Between November 1989 and November 1990, she ended the lives of 7 men along Florida highways, shooting them and stealing their vehicles and belongings. This is the story of Aileen Wuornos, one of America's few female serial killers. She targeted men who picked her up while she was working the highways, shooting them and claiming self-defense against assault. Her case became one of the most controversial in criminal history, raising questions about victimhood, survival, and whether her violent childhood and circumstances made her a product of society's failures or simply a cold-blooded killer. Aileen Carol Pittman was born on February 29, 1956, in Rochester, Michigan. Her childhood was marked by abandonment and horrific abuse that shaped her into someone filled with rage. Her father was in prison when she was born and later took his own life. Her mother abandoned Aileen and her brother when they were young, leaving them to be raised by their grandparents. But Eileen's grandparents' home was not a refuge. Her grandfather was reportedly violent and abusive. Aileen claimed she was subjected to terrible mistreatment throughout her childhood, creating deep psychological damage. By age 14, she was pregnant after being assaulted, and the baby was given up for adoption. She was thrown out of her grandparents' home while still a teenager. Aileen survived on the streets, engaging in activities to get money for food and shelter. She drifted through Michigan and eventually made her way to Florida, living a transient lifestyle in cheap motels and surviving however she could. She was arrested numerous times for theft, assault, and other offenses, accumulating a lengthy criminal record. In 1986, Aileen met Tyria Moore at a bar in Daytona Beach. They began a romantic relationship and moved in together, though their life remained chaotic and financially unstable. Aileen continued working highways to support them both, while Tyria worked occasional jobs. Their relationship became the most stable thing in Eileen's difficult life. On November 30th, 1989, Aileen shot and ended the life of Richard Mallory, a 51-year-old electronics store owner. She claimed he had assaulted her, and she shot him in self-defense, though evidence suggested the situation was more complex. She stole his car and belongings, pawning items for cash. Over the next year, 6 more men would lose their lives in similar circumstances. David Spears, Charles Carskadden, Peter Seams, Troy Burress, Charles Humphreys, and Walter Antonio all picked up Aileen on Florida highways. All were shot, and their vehicles and belongings were stolen. The victims varied in age and background, but all were men traveling alone who had stopped to pick up someone they thought needed help or companionship. Law enforcement began connecting the cases when abandoned vehicles were found and bodies were discovered in wooded areas along highways. Witnesses reported seeing 2 women in some of the victims' vehicles, providing descriptions that would eventually lead to Aileen and Tyria. Police tracked the women through pawn shop records where stolen items had been sold. Aileen had used her real name when pawning a victim's belongings, providing investigators with a clear lead. In January 1991, police located Aileen and Tyria at a motel in Daytona Beach. Tyria agreed to cooperate with investigators. She made recorded phone calls to Aileen, during which Aileen made incriminating statements, essentially confessing to the incidents while trying to convince Tyria not to worry. These recordings became crucial evidence in the case against her. Aileen was arrested and charged with 7 counts. During interrogation, she confessed to all 7 cases, claiming each was self-defense against men who had assaulted her or threatened her. She maintained that she had only defended herself against violent attackers. Her trial began in 1992. The prosecution argued these were premeditated acts committed during robberies, not self-defense. They presented evidence that victims had been shot multiple times, had their belongings stolen, and that Eileen had shown a clear pattern of targeting vulnerable men. The defense attempted to present Eileen's traumatic childhood and difficult life circumstances as context for her actions. They argued she suffered from mental illness and post-traumatic stress that affected her judgment. But the evidence of planning and the pattern of repeated incidents made self-defense claims difficult to support. Eileen was convicted of first-degree charges in the death of Richard Mallory in 1992 and sentenced to end her life by execution. She was subsequently convicted in 5 other cases and received additional execution sentences. While on death row, Eileen gave numerous interviews that revealed an increasingly unstable mental state. She alternated between claiming self-defense and saying she had killed in cold blood. She expressed anger at society, at men, and at the circumstances of her life. She became a controversial figure, with some viewing her as a victim of abuse who fought back against abusers, while others saw her as a calculating killer who used claims of abuse to justify robbery and violence. Eileen Wuornos was executed by lethal injection on October 9, 2002, at Florida State Prison. She was 46 years old. Her final statement expressed her readiness to meet her fate and her belief that she would return like in a science fiction movie. Her case became the subject of numerous books, documentaries, and the film Monster, which won Charlize Theron an Academy Award. The case raised difficult questions about how society treats survivors of abuse, whether someone could be both victim and perpetrator, and how childhood trauma affects adult behavior. The families of her 7 victims were left to grieve men who had simply been traveling and made the fatal mistake of showing kindness to someone they thought needed help. Whether Eileen was defending herself or committing robbery remains disputed, but what is certain is that 7 lives were ended and a troubled woman who had survived terrible circumstances became someone who inflicted that same violence on others. Eileen Wuornos remains one of the most studied female criminals in American history, a complex figure whose life of abuse and survival ended in violence that took 7 lives and ultimately her own. Next story.
I'm going to tell you a story about a man who built his life around words, reputation, and appearances, and about how a single death inside a quiet home became a mystery that slowly unraveled everything he claimed to be. This is a true crime story about trust, narrative control, and how truth can hide for years inside ordinary domestic spaces. Michael Peterson lived in Durham, North Carolina, with his wife, Kathleen Peterson. Michael was a novelist and columnist known for his intelligence, confidence, and carefully shaped public persona. Kathleen was a successful executive, disciplined, organized, and deeply supportive of her husband's creative ambitions. They lived in a large, comfortable home and moved easily in social circles. To outsiders, their marriage appeared stable and affectionate. On the night of December 9th, 2001, Kathleen was found dead at the bottom of a staircase inside their home. Michael called emergency services, saying his wife had fallen while he was outside by the pool. He sounded distressed but controlled. When police arrived, they found Kathleen lying in a pool of blood with multiple head injuries. At first glance, it appeared to be a tragic accident. Falls on staircases happen. There was no sign of forced entry, but the scene did not sit right. The amount of blood was extensive, far more than expected from a simple fall. The injuries to Kathleen's head were unusual. There were deep lacerations, but no skull fracture. Investigators began to wonder whether she had fallen or whether she had been attacked. Michael maintained his story. He said Kathleen had been drinking wine and slipped. He cooperated with police and allowed them full access to the house. Friends initially supported him, believing it was a terrible accident. But as the investigation continued, Michael's past began to surface. Years earlier, while living in Germany, Michael had been the last person to see a woman named Elizabeth Ratliff alive. She was found dead at the bottom of a staircase as well. At the time, her death had been ruled an accident, but the similarities were impossible to ignore. 2 women connected to the same man, both found dead on staircases years apart. The case against Michael began to form slowly. Prosecutors argued that Kathleen had discovered financial issues and secrets shortly before her death, including Michael's hidden online relationships. They suggested that an argument escalated and that Kathleen was assaulted near the staircase, causing fatal injuries. Michael was arrested and charged with murder. During the trial, the prosecution focused on blood spatter evidence patterns on the walls and the sheer volume of blood at the scene. The defense argued that Kathleen's injuries were consistent with multiple falls and that blood loss can appear dramatic without blunt force trauma. The courtroom became a battleground of expert science and competing narratives. In 2003, Michael Peterson was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison. But the story did not end there. Years later, flaws were discovered in the forensic analysis used in his trial, particularly involving a state expert who had falsified credentials in multiple cases. Michael was granted a new trial. After spending years in prison, he was released on bond. In 2017, Michael entered an Alford plea. This allowed him to maintain his innocence while acknowledging that the prosecution had enough evidence to likely convict him again. He was sentenced to time served and released. The case officially closed without a clear declaration of guilt or innocence. Kathleen Peterson was remembered as disciplined, generous, and deeply loyal. She supported her family and believed in stability and honesty. Her death left behind unanswered questions that continue to divide opinion. This case remains chilling not because of certainty, but because of ambiguity. Because it shows how truth can fracture into competing versions and how narrative can be as powerful as evidence. Some crimes announce themselves clearly. Others linger quietly forever in the spaces between facts. It is a story that reminds us that justice is not always clean or satisfying, that some answers remain suspended between belief and doubt, and that sometimes the most unsettling part is not knowing exactly how a life ended, but realizing how fragile certainty itself can be.
Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet apartment complex in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where the days passed slowly and nothing about his life seemed unusual to the people around him. His name was Sean Vincent Gillis. To his co-workers, he was polite, dependable, and forgettable in the way ordinary people often are. He worked at a convenience store, stocking shelves, assisting customers, and returning home at predictable hours. He shared an apartment with his longtime girlfriend. They lived together peacefully. He paid bills. He followed routines. He blended into the background of everyday life so completely that no one ever suspected the private reality he had been living for years, a reality that remained hidden behind a calm face and quiet voice. Sean had lived in Baton Rouge most of his life. He grew up in a stable environment, raised by his mother and grandmother after his father left when he was young. He was intelligent, observant, and socially functional. He graduated high school and maintained steady employment. He did not have a criminal record that would immediately alarm anyone. To neighbors and co-workers, he existed as just another person moving through life without drawing attention. He did not appear aggressive. He did not appear unstable. He appeared normal. But beginning in 1994, women in Baton Rouge began disappearing. The first was in Bryan, a 30-year-old woman who lived alone. She vanished without warning. Her absence was noticed, but there were few immediate clues. Her life had simply stopped. Days later, her body was discovered in a remote area. Investigators began their work, but there was little evidence pointing clearly to a suspect. The case remained open, unanswered. Over the next several years, more women disappeared. Each disappearance created fear, but also confusion. The victims came from different backgrounds. Some struggled in life. Some lived alone. Some were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. There was no obvious connection between them that investigators could immediately identify. The crimes appeared isolated, but they were not. Sean Gillis continued his normal life during all of this. He went to work. He came home. He spoke with his girlfriend. He interacted with co-workers. He never spoke about what he was doing in private. He followed the news closely, observing how investigators worked, learning what they knew and what they didn't know. He understood that as long as he remained invisible, he could continue living his double life. Years passed. Then, In January 2004, everything began to change. Another woman, Charlotte Murray Pace, disappeared. She was 21 years old, a college student with a future ahead of her. She lived in an apartment complex not far from Sean's home. She was last seen alive walking toward her apartment. When she failed to appear for work the next day, concern grew quickly. Her disappearance triggered an intense investigation. Her body was discovered days later. This time, investigators recovered something critical: DNA evidence. This evidence was entered into national databases, but at the time, it did not match anyone. Still, it became a silent marker, waiting for the moment when it would connect to a name. Investigators began examining patterns across multiple cases. They noticed similarities, locations, timing, victim vulnerability. They began to suspect that a single person was responsible for several of the unsolved murders. Sean Gillis watched all of this unfold from a distance. He did not panic. He did not run. He continued his routines. But investigators continued their work quietly, patiently, building connections between evidence and individuals. In 2004, DNA collected from another crime scene was compared again. This time, it matched Sean Gillis. Detectives moved carefully. They placed him under surveillance. They observed his routines. They watched him leave for work. They watched him return home. They gathered additional evidence to confirm what they were beginning to understand. On April 29, 2004, Sean Gillis was arrested. When detectives questioned him, he did not react with confusion or denial in the way innocent people often do. Instead, he spoke calmly. He confessed. He described his crimes in detail. He explained how he selected victims, how he approached them, how he ensured he would not be seen. His voice remained steady. His demeanor remained controlled. Investigators were struck not only by what he admitted, but by how easily he spoke about it. He had lived with these secrets for 10 years. 10 years of normal conversations. 10 years of ordinary routines. 10 years of hiding in plain sight. His girlfriend, who had lived with him for years, had never suspected him. She later explained that he behaved normally every day. He showed no visible signs of a life he had been living secretly. The investigation revealed the full scope of his crimes. Multiple victims, multiple years, all committed while he maintained a stable, ordinary public life. At trial, prosecutors presented the evidence methodically. DNA, confessions, timelines, physical evidence. Each piece added to the reality that Sean Gillis had been responsible for crimes that remained unsolved for years. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Today, he remains incarcerated, removed permanently from the quiet streets where he once walked unnoticed. What makes this story linger is the length of time he remained invisible. He did not rely on constant movement or escape. He relied on normalcy. He relied on routine. He relied on the assumption that danger does not look ordinary. For 10 years, he lived among neighbors who saw him as just another person. He spoke calmly. He worked quietly. He lived invisibly until the evidence, patient and silent, finally spoke for itself. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who lived in a quiet suburban home in Bartlett, Tennessee, a woman who spent her days caring for her children, maintaining her household, and presenting herself as a devoted mother and wife. Her name was Mary Winkler, and for years her life revolved around her family and the expectations placed upon her as the wife of a church minister. Her husband, Matthew Winkler, was a respected preacher at the 4th Street Church of Christ in nearby Selmer. He delivered sermons, counseled church members, and represented spiritual leadership to his congregation. From the outside, their life appeared structured and respectable. They lived in a modest home. They raised 3 young daughters. They attended church regularly. They followed routines shaped by responsibility and faith. Matthew Winkler was known in the community as calm and composed. He spoke softly, delivered sermons with confidence, and maintained the image of a man devoted to guiding others morally and spiritually. But behind closed doors, their marriage carried tensions that were invisible to those around them. Financial stress had grown over time. Matthew controlled household finances tightly, Mary had limited independence. She rarely interacted socially outside church activities. She spent most of her time inside the home, caring for their children. On the morning of March 22, 2006, church members became concerned when Matthew failed to appear for scheduled services. His absence was unusual. He had never missed sermons without notice. Calls to his phone went unanswered. Concern escalated quickly. Church members contacted police, requesting a welfare check at the Winkler home. When officers arrived, they entered the house cautiously. Inside, they discovered Matthew Winkler lying in bed, deceased from a gunshot wound to the back. There were no signs of forced entry. There was no evidence of struggle visible in the home. The environment appeared calm and undisturbed. But Mary Winkler and the 3 children were gone. Immediately, investigators shifted focus toward locating Mary and ensuring the safety of the children. Missing persons alerts were issued across multiple states. Within days, Mary was located in Orange Beach, Alabama, approximately 400 miles away. She was staying in a condominium with her daughters. The children were unharmed. Mary was taken into custody. During initial questioning, she appeared emotionally detached and soft-spoken. She did not immediately provide a detailed explanation. Investigators reconstructed the timeline carefully. They examined financial records, travel routes, and physical evidence from the home. The firearm used in the shooting was recovered. Forensic analysis confirmed that Matthew had been shot while lying in bed. As questioning continued, Mary eventually confessed to shooting her husband. But the explanation she provided introduced details no one outside the home had known. She described years of emotional control and psychological pressure. She described financial secrecy, humiliation, and isolation. She described living in constant fear of her husband's reactions. According to her statements, the shooting occurred after an argument escalated. She claimed she did not initially intend to kill him, but the act itself was deliberate. The case moved toward trial in 2007. Prosecutors presented the physical evidence clearly. Matthew Winkler had been shot in bed. Mary had left the state immediately afterward. She had not contacted authorities. These facts established deliberate action and flight. The prosecution argued that her behavior demonstrated intent and awareness. The defense presented a different narrative. They introduced testimony describing Matthew's controlling behavior. They presented evidence suggesting financial misconduct by Matthew, including improper use of church funds. They argued that Mary had lived under prolonged psychological pressure that affected her mental state. They described her as someone who had reached a breaking point after years of emotional strain. The courtroom became a place where 2 very different versions of the same household were presented. One version reflected a respected minister and family man. The other described a private environment shaped by control and fear. The jury listened carefully to both sides. In April 2007, Mary Winkler was convicted of voluntary manslaughter rather than first-degree murder. The verdict reflected the jury's conclusion that the killing occurred intentionally, but without premeditation at the level required for murder. She was sentenced to 3 years in prison, with most of the sentence served in confinement and the remainder on probation. The outcome surprised many observers. Some believed the sentence was too lenient. Others believed the circumstances justified the lesser conviction. The case sparked national debate about domestic relationships, psychological abuse, and the complexity of violence within families. Today, Mary Winkler lives outside public attention. Her daughters grew up away from media focus. The house in Bartlett eventually returned to ordinary residential life. But the case remains a reminder that violence does not always emerge from visible conflict. Sometimes it develops quietly within private spaces, hidden behind routines, expectations, and appearances that give no outward indication of the reality inside. Investigators, jurors, and community members were left to reconcile 2 realities: the public image of a stable family and the private breakdown that ended in irreversible violence. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in the industrial city of Duisburg, Germany, a man who spent his days working in a factory and his evenings alone in a modest apartment filled with computer equipment, cables, and storage drives stacked carefully in drawers. His name was Joachim Kroll, and for decades he managed to live quietly in crowded apartment buildings where neighbors shared walls, hallways, and staircases, never realizing that behind one of those doors lived a man responsible for some of the most disturbing crimes in post-war Germany. Joachim Kroll was born in 1933 in what was then Upper Silesia. His childhood was shaped by poverty, war, and instability. He was described as socially withdrawn and intellectually limited. After World War II, like many displaced families, his moved westward into Germany. As an adult, Kroll held simple factory jobs. He never married. He had few close relationships. To neighbors, he was odd but harmless, a quiet man who kept mostly to himself. Beginning in the late 1950s, children and young women began disappearing in different parts of Germany. Some were found murdered in wooded areas. Others were discovered near rivers or open fields. At the time, there was no clear connection between the cases. Germany was rebuilding after the war, and police forces were still developing centralized systems for tracking serial crimes across regions. Kroll moved frequently for work. This movement allowed him to avoid detection. Each crime occurred in a different town or district, without modern databases or coordinated forensic networks. Linking the murders proved extremely difficult. His victims were often young girls. He approached them in public places, sometimes near playgrounds or parks. He appeared unthreatening. Small in stature, soft-spoken, he did not immediately trigger fear. Once he gained proximity, he would attack suddenly, strangling or stabbing his victims before disposing of their bodies in isolated locations. For years, families searched for answers. Police opened investigations, but physical evidence was limited. DNA technology did not yet exist. Witness accounts were often vague. The crimes appeared random and disconnected. By the early 1970s, Kroll was living in Duisburg in a crowded apartment complex. The building was old, with narrow pipes and aging plumbing. Tenants occasionally complained about maintenance issues. Kroll worked in a nearby factory and maintained his routine. He shopped for groceries. He greeted neighbors politely in stairwells. No one suspected that he was responsible for a long series of murders spanning nearly 2 decades. In July 1976, a 4-year-old girl named Marion Ketter disappeared near her home in Duisburg. Her disappearance triggered an immediate search. Police canvassed the neighborhood. Witnesses reported seeing a man walking with a young child. Suspicion narrowed to residents in the area. When investigators knocked on Joachim Kroll's door, he allowed them inside. What they discovered changed everything. Inside his apartment, police found evidence linking him directly to Marion's murder. The details were disturbing. Forensic examination connected him conclusively to the crime. Under interrogation, Joachim Kroll confessed. But his confession did not stop at one victim. He began describing murders dating back to 1955. He provided details about locations, methods, and victims that matched unsolved cases across multiple German states. Investigators realized they were confronting one of the most prolific serial killers in German history. Kroll ultimately confessed to 14 murders, though investigators suspect the true number may have been higher. His ability to evade detection for so long was due to several factors: frequent relocation, lack of centralized police coordination at the time, and limited forensic technology. Each crime was investigated separately, often with no clear suspect. In 1982, Joachim Kroll was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment. He died in prison in 1991. The case forced German law enforcement to re-examine how they tracked violent crimes across jurisdictions. It exposed weaknesses in communication between regional police departments. It demonstrated how serial offenders could exploit mobility and investigative gaps. Perhaps most unsettling was how ordinary Kroll's daily life appeared. He lived in densely populated buildings. He stood in line at shops. He worked alongside co-workers. Yet beneath that surface normality was a history of violence stretching back more than 20 years. The apartment building in Duisburg continued housing new tenants after his arrest. The factory replaced him with another worker. Streets where children once played returned to routine life. But for families who lost daughters and sisters, the passage of time did not erase what happened. And for investigators, the case became a lasting reminder of how patterns can remain hidden when information is fragmented, and how ordinary spaces can conceal extraordinary crimes until persistence, chance, and evidence finally bring them into the light. Next story. I am going to tell you a story about a family that seemed close and protective, about a woman who slowly became isolated without realizing it, and about a crime that unfolded behind closed doors while the outside world saw nothing but devotion. This is a story about control disguised as care, about fear hidden beneath obedience, and about how danger can grow quietly inside a home for years. This is the true story of Yates' family tragedy. Andrea Yates lived in Houston, Texas, with her husband Rusty Yates and their 5 young children. Andrea was deeply religious, soft-spoken, and devoted to motherhood. She believed strongly in responsibility, discipline, and moral purity. Friends described her as gentle and intelligent, but also fragile. From early on in her marriage, Andrea struggled with severe mental health issues. After the birth of her first child, Andrea experienced postpartum depression. With each subsequent pregnancy, her condition worsened. She suffered from psychosis, hallucinations, and suicidal thoughts. Doctors warned that she should not have more children. Hospitalizations followed. Medication was prescribed. Each time, she improved briefly, then deteriorated again. Despite these warnings, Andrea continued to have children. Her life became increasingly isolated. The family lived under strict routines. Andrea was responsible for nearly everything inside the home. She slept little. She ate sparingly. She felt constant guilt and fear that she was failing as a mother. Her religious beliefs, once a source of comfort, began to twist into something terrifying. She became convinced that she was evil and that her children were corrupted because of her. On the morning of June 20th, 2001, Rusty Yates left for work as usual. Andrea was left alone with the children for a short period of time. This was not uncommon. No one realized that this morning would be different. Within the next hour, Andrea Yates drowned all 5 of her children in the bathtub. She called the police immediately afterward. She spoke calmly. She told them what she had done. When officers arrived, they found the children laid out carefully on the bed. Andrea was still, silent, waiting. The news stunned the nation. How could a mother kill her own children? How could this happen inside a family that appeared structured and religious? How could so many warning signs exist without preventing tragedy? The investigation revealed years of documented mental illness. Medical records showed repeated hospitalizations. Doctors testified that Andrea had been psychotic at the time of the killings. She believed she was saving her children from eternal damnation. In her mind, death was mercy. The trial became a public reckoning. Prosecutors argued that Andrea knew right from wrong. They pointed to her methodical actions and her calm demeanor. The defense argued that she was profoundly mentally ill and incapable of rational thought. Experts described her delusions in detail, explaining how deeply disconnected from reality she had been. In 2002, Andrea Yates was convicted of capital murder and sentenced to life in prison. The verdict did not bring peace. Public debate erupted over mental illness, responsibility, and systemic failure. Doctors had warned of this exact outcome. Family members had expressed concern, yet the situation had continued until it became irreversible. In 2006, Andrea Yates was retried after her conviction was overturned due to false expert testimony. This time, the jury found her not guilty by reason of insanity. She was committed to a state mental health hospital where she remains today. The Yates case is deeply unsettling because it exists in a space where blame and tragedy intersect. Andrea Yates was not a monster in the traditional sense. She was a woman consumed by untreated psychosis, isolated by rigid beliefs, and overwhelmed beyond endurance. Her actions were horrific, but they did not emerge from cruelty. They emerged from illness and collapse. Her children were innocent. Their lives were shaped by routines, discipline, and dependence. They trusted their mother completely. They had no understanding of the storm inside her mind. This case forced society to confront uncomfortable truths. That love does not cure mental illness. That devotion can coexist with danger. That ignoring medical warnings has consequences measured in lives. It also raised questions about responsibility beyond the individual, about how families, belief systems, and institutions can unintentionally trap someone inside their illness instead of protecting them. This story does not offer comfort. It offers caution, because sometimes tragedy does not come from hatred or rage. Sometimes it comes from silence, from untreated illness, from warnings that go unheeded, and from the fragile belief that everything will somehow be fine, even when all signs say it will not. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular high school athlete who seemed destined for greatness, about a young woman who was found strangled in her apartment, and about how a case that went cold for over 20 years was finally solved when the killer made one careless mistake. In June 1993, 18-year-old Angie Dodge was found dead in her apartment in Idaho Falls, Idaho. She had been brutally attacked and strangled in her own bedroom. The crime scene showed signs of a violent struggle, and evidence suggested she had fought hard against her attacker. The small community of Idaho Falls was shocked that such a terrible crime could happen in their quiet town. Police immediately launched an investigation, collecting evidence from the scene, including DNA samples. In 1993, DNA technology was still relatively new, but investigators preserved the biological evidence, hoping it would eventually help them identify the killer. They interviewed Angie's friends, family, and anyone who might have seen something suspicious around her apartment building. The investigation eventually focused on a young man named Christopher Tapp, who was 18 years old at the time of the crime. Christopher had some connections to people who knew Angie, though he didn't know her well himself. Police brought him in for questioning, and after hours of intense interrogation, Christopher confessed to being involved in Angie's death. But there were immediate problems with Christopher's confession. The details he provided didn't match the evidence from the crime scene. He changed his story multiple times during the interrogation. Most critically, his DNA didn't match the DNA found at the scene. Despite these red flags, prosecutors moved forward with charging Christopher as an accomplice, claiming he had been present during the attack, even if he wasn't the primary perpetrator. In 1998, Christopher Tapp was convicted of being involved in Angie's death and was sentenced to 30 years in prison. He maintained his innocence, saying he had only confessed because police had pressured him and suggested details he should include in his story. But he remained behind bars while the real killer's identity remained unknown. For over 2 decades, Angie Dodge's mother, Carol, worked tirelessly to find the truth about who had really taken her daughter's life. She reviewed the evidence, studied the case files, and became convinced that Christopher Tapp was innocent. She even formed a friendship with Christopher, visiting him in prison and advocating for his release. Carol Dodge wanted justice for her daughter, but she wanted the right person held accountable, not an innocent man. The DNA evidence from the crime scene had never matched Christopher Tapp, and it didn't match anyone in the criminal DNA databases. For years, the case remained partially unsolved. Police had convicted someone they believed was involved, but they knew the DNA belonged to someone else who had never been identified. Then in 2014, Carol Dodge pushed for the case to be reopened and for new DNA testing to be conducted using updated technology. The Idaho Innocence Project also got involved, working to prove Christopher Tapp's innocence. As investigators looked at the case with fresh eyes, it became increasingly clear that Christopher's confession had been coerced and that he had no actual involvement in the crime. In 2019, after serving more than 20 years in prison, Christopher Tapp was released. Prosecutors acknowledged that he should not have been convicted and that the confession had been unreliable. But the question remained, who had actually ended Angie Dodge's life? Investigators decided to use the same genetic genealogy technique that had successfully identified the Golden State Killer. They uploaded the DNA profile from the crime scene to public genealogy databases and began building family trees to identify potential suspects. The process was painstaking, requiring investigators to trace family lines and eliminate relatives one by one. The genetic genealogy work led investigators to a man named Brian Lee Drips, who had been living in Idaho Falls at the time of Angie's death. In fact, Drips had lived in the same apartment complex as Angie, right across the hall from her. He had been there all along, hiding in plain sight for over 25 years. In May 2019, police arrested 53-year-old Brian Drips and charged him with the assault and ending of Angie Dodge's life. When confronted with the DNA evidence, Drips confessed to the crime. He admitted that he had entered Angie's apartment and attacked her, acting alone. Christopher Tapp had never been involved at all. Drips claimed he had been drunk and high on drugs the night of the attack, and said he'd gone to Angie's apartment thinking she was someone else he knew. His explanation did little to justify the brutal violence he had inflicted on an innocent young woman. He had taken Angie's life, then lived freely for 26 years while an innocent man sat in prison for his crime. In 2021, Brian Drips pleaded guilty to the charges and was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. He will be eligible for parole after serving 20 years, though there's no guarantee he will ever be released. For Angie's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure, though it couldn't undo the decades of pain and the knowledge that the wrong person had been punished for so long. Carol Dodge, who had fought so hard for the truth, didn't live to see Drips convicted. She passed away in 2019, just months after his arrest. But she knew before she died that her daughter's real killer had finally been identified and that Christopher Tapp had been exonerated. Her determination to find the truth, even when it meant admitting that the original conviction was wrong, was extraordinary. Christopher Tapp has worked to rebuild his life after spending more than 20 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. He has become an advocate for criminal justice reform and for improving interrogation practices to prevent false confessions. His case has become a textbook example of how coercive interrogation techniques can lead innocent people to confess to crimes they didn't commit. Angie Dodge was just 18 years old when her life was stolen from her by a neighbor who saw her as a victim rather than a person. She had graduated from high school just weeks before her death and had her whole future ahead of her. Her case became a cautionary tale about the dangers of tunnel vision in investigations and the importance of DNA evidence in ensuring justice is served. The case also demonstrated the power of genetic genealogy in solving cold cases and the importance of families who refuse to give up searching for truth. Carol Dodge's determination ensured that both her daughter's real killer was caught and an innocent man was freed. While justice came far too late for Angie and took far too long for Christopher Tapp, the truth finally emerged, proving that persistence and advancing technology can eventually overcome even decades of injustice. Next story. The body was discovered before anyone realized a crime had even taken place, lying in a position so ordinary that the first person who saw it assumed the man was asleep, stretched across a narrow strip of grass beside a service road just outside Hyderabad. One arm bent under his head, shoes still on, no visible signs of distress. And it was only when someone tried to wake him that the stillness became undeniable. That something about the way his body settled against the ground felt wrong, too. Heavy, too final. The man was identified as 37-year-old Rohit Malhotra, a mid-level project manager at a construction firm, known to co-workers as consistent, quiet, and predictable. Someone who followed routine closely and rarely deviated from it, which made the circumstances of his death immediately difficult to reconcile, because nothing about his final location aligned with where he was supposed to be. There were no obvious injuries, no blood, no signs of struggle in the surrounding area, and initial observations suggested the possibility of a medical event, perhaps a sudden collapse while walking, but that assumption began to weaken as investigators noted small inconsistencies, details that on their own meant very little, but together created a pattern that did not fit a natural death. The ground beneath Rohit's body showed no signs of disturbance, no drag marks, no compression consistent with a fall from standing height. And more importantly, there were no footprints nearby other than those of the individual who had found him, a detail that suggested the body had not arrived there through normal movement. The post-mortem examination provided the first clear indication that this was not an accident, revealing internal trauma inconsistent with the external appearance, specifically damage to the neck structures that pointed toward asphyxiation rather than natural causes. But even this did not fully explain the scene, because there were no defensive injuries, no bruising typically associated with a struggle. Nothing to suggest that Rohit had fought back. This absence raised a different possibility that whatever had happened, it had occurred in a controlled environment, where resistance had either been prevented or rendered unnecessary. The investigation shifted toward reconstructing Rohit's final hours, beginning with his departure from work the previous evening at approximately 7:10 p.m., confirmed by security logs and multiple co-workers, after which he made a brief stop at a roadside tea stall, a routine part of his commute, and was seen speaking with someone there, a detail that initially seemed insignificant, but would later become central to the case. The vendor described the interaction as brief and unremarkable. Rohit had been approached by a man he did not recognize. They spoke quietly for less than a minute, and then Rohit left on foot, not appearing distressed, not hurried, just slightly more focused than usual. From that point forward, the timeline became unclear. Rohit's phone stopped transmitting data shortly after leaving the tea stall, and there were no confirmed sightings of him in the hours that followed. His usual route home was short and well lit, passing through areas with regular foot traffic, yet no one reported seeing him, and no cameras captured his movement, as if he had stepped out of a visible path into something more contained. This gap suggested that he had either entered a location voluntarily or had been diverted in a way that did not draw attention. Investigators returned to the tea stall, focusing on the unknown man described by the vendor, and began canvassing nearby businesses for surveillance footage, eventually identifying a figure matching the description standing near Rohit shortly before he left. The man's face partially obscured, but his posture distinct, waiting rather than passing through. And in subsequent footage, he could be seen walking in the same direction as Rohit, maintaining a short distance behind him. This was the first indication that the encounter had not been random, but intentional. The next breakthrough came from an unexpected source, a small residential building along Rohit's route, where a security camera captured a brief moment that had initially gone unnoticed. A vehicle pulling up near the entrance at approximately 7:26 p.m., followed by two figures entering the frame, one matching Rohit's description, the other consistent with the unknown man. The interaction appeared calm. No visible struggle, no urgency, and then both disappeared from view, entering the building. The vehicle remained parked for just under an hour before leaving, with only one visible occupant. The building itself contained several short-term rental units, often used by individuals needing temporary space, and records showed that one of the units had been rented that day under a name that could not be verified, paid in cash, with minimal identification provided. When investigators gained access to the unit, they found it recently vacated, cleaned superficially but not thoroughly, with subtle signs of use that contradicted the appearance of emptiness, including faint impressions on bedding, minor scuff marks on the floor, and traces of biological material that required further analysis. Forensic testing confirmed the presence of Rohit's DNA within the unit, along with additional traces belonging to an unidentified individual, and more importantly, evidence consistent with asphyxiation, including fiber residues that matched the pattern of compression found during the postmortem. This established the unit as the primary location of the crime, a controlled space where the absence of noise and witnesses would allow for an act to occur without interruption. The focus then turned to identifying the unknown man, and through a combination of footage analysis and local inquiries, investigators linked him to a former co-worker of Rohit's, a man named Samir Khanna, who had left the company months earlier after a dispute that had not escalated publicly, but had created underlying tension. Samir had knowledge of Rohit's routines, his habits, and the predictability of his movements, making it possible to plan an encounter that would appear casual and non-threatening. When located, Samir initially denied any contact with Rohit, but inconsistencies in his movements, combined with the growing body of evidence, began to undermine his account, particularly when phone records placed him in the area at the relevant time, and further analysis revealed that he had purchased disposable materials consistent with those used in the unit shortly before the incident. The pattern suggested preparation rather than spontaneity, a sequence of actions designed to create an environment where control could be maintained. As the investigation progressed, the sequence became clearer: the approach at the tea stall, the guided movement to the building, the use of a temporary space, and finally, the relocation of the body to a location where it would appear out of context, disconnected from the place where the crime had actually occurred. The absence of visible violence at the discovery site was not a sign of a peaceful death, but the result of careful staging, a deliberate effort to separate the act from its evidence. In the end, the case was defined not by what was seen, but by what had been deliberately avoided: no struggle in public, no noise, no witnesses, and no immediate signs of harm. A controlled sequence that relied on familiarity and planning rather than force. And it was only by reconstructing the missing space between Rohit's last known moment and the place where he was found that the full picture emerged. A reminder that in some cases, the most significant part of the crime is not where it ends, but where it actually begins, hidden behind a version of events that was never meant to be questioned. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing hotel night auditor. A disappearance that at first seemed like someone stepping away from the front desk, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence, uncovered through careful investigation. In the winter of 2009, the city of Salt Lake City, Utah moved through long, quiet nights where hotels along the highway operated with minimal staff. Among those working those hours was 32-year-old night auditor Melissa Grant. Melissa had been working at a mid-range hotel for nearly 4 years and was known by coworkers as reliable, organized, and calm under pressure. Her shift ran from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., during which she handled late check-ins, processed financial reports, and monitored the lobby. Because she often worked alone, she followed a strict routine that included regular check-ins with management logs. On the night of January 27th, Melissa began her shift as usual. Security cameras showed her assisting guests, answering calls, and completing paperwork behind the front desk. Activity slowed after midnight, and by 2:15 a.m., the lobby was nearly empty. At approximately 2:23 a.m., a man entered the hotel through the main entrance. The footage showed him approaching the front desk and speaking with Melissa. There were no immediate signs of distress. After a short interaction, the two moved slightly out of the main camera frame near the side of the desk. Several minutes later, the man was seen leaving the hotel alone. Melissa was no longer visible. When a guest came to the front desk around 3:05 a.m., they found no one there. The computer terminal was still active, and paperwork was left unfinished. The guest reported the situation to management, who then contacted police. Officers arrived and began searching the hotel. Inside the front desk area, investigators noticed several concerning details. Melissa's personal belongings, including her phone and bag, were still behind the counter. Forensic technicians examined the area carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood near the side of the desk and along the floor leading toward a back office hallway. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Melissa. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing the surveillance footage in detail. The image of the man who had entered the hotel was enhanced and distributed to local law enforcement. Within days, a tip identified the individual as Daniel Price. Price was 38 years old and had previously worked in maintenance at several hotels in the area. Records showed he was familiar with typical night shift operations and knew that front desk staff often worked alone. Detectives located Price and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had entered the hotel that night, but claimed he had only asked about room availability and then left. He insisted he had no involvement in Melissa's disappearance. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Price's phone at the hotel during the time, captured on surveillance footage, and later near an industrial area several miles away in the early morning hours. When confronted with that information, he said he had gone for a drive after leaving the hotel. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A search warrant was obtained for his vehicle. Inside the car, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the carpeting from the hotel's back office area. More importantly, they found faint traces of blood in the trunk that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Melissa Grant. Price was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the surveillance footage and phone records, placing him at both the hotel and the industrial area. As the questioning continued, his story began to break down. Eventually, Price admitted that he had approached Melissa at the front desk and engaged her in conversation. According to his statement, he convinced her to step away from the desk toward the back office area. Investigators believe he had chosen the moment knowing the hotel was quiet and that she was working alone. The situation quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Melissa attempted to defend herself, which explained the blood traces found near the desk and in the hallway. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Price attempted to conceal the crime by moving her away from the hotel and cleaning his vehicle. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote area outside the city, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath dirt and brush. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Melissa Grant. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Price entering the hotel, being the last person seen with Melissa, and later traveling to the area where the remains were found. Surveillance footage, phone records, and forensic evidence all connected him directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Price took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Daniel Price was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Melissa Grant's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Co-workers remembered her as someone who handled long overnight shifts with professionalism and consistency. The investigation into her disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A few minutes of surveillance footage, phone records placing someone in the wrong place, and traces of evidence someone tried to erase eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing long-haul truck driver midway through a cross-state route. A disappearance that at first appeared to be a communication delay on a familiar highway, but gradually revealed a sequence of calculated decisions that investigators were only able to understand by reconstructing movement across miles of road where nothing initially seemed out of place. In the late summer of 2017, interstate freight routes stretched continuously across western Texas, carrying commercial traffic through long, isolated distances where drivers often traveled for hours without interruption. Among those working that route was 43-year-old driver Stephen Carr, a man with more than a decade of experience in long-haul logistics. He was known for strict adherence to schedules, consistent check-ins, and a routine that rarely changed, which made his routes predictable but also reliable for the companies that depended on him. His trip that week involved transporting sealed cargo from El Paso toward Dallas, with scheduled rest stops and digital logs tracking every segment of his journey. On the evening of August 22nd, Stephen began his route on time, logging his departure and completing his first segment without issue. His digital system recorded regular updates as he moved along the highway, stopping briefly at designated fuel points and rest areas in accordance with regulations. At approximately 11:35 p.m., he made his final confirmed log entry at a truck stop located along a quieter stretch of interstate. Surveillance footage from the location showed him exiting his vehicle, entering the facility, and returning to his truck several minutes later before continuing along his route. That will be the last confirmed visual record of him. When Stephen failed to check in at his next scheduled stop, dispatch initially assumed a delay caused by traffic or rest requirements. However, As hours passed without any update and his tracking signal stopped transmitting shortly after leaving the truck stop, concern escalated quickly. By the following morning, the company reported him missing, and authorities began tracing his last known movements. His truck was eventually located parked along a service road several miles off the main highway. The position of the vehicle raised immediate questions, as it was not a designated stop and offered no obvious reason for a driver to pull over. The truck itself showed no signs of forced entry from the outside, and the cargo remained sealed. Inside, however, investigators began to identify details that suggested an interruption rather than a voluntary stop. His personal phone was found in the cab, along with his log device, which had not recorded any activity after the final truck stop entry. A forensic examination of the cab revealed faint traces of blood near the driver's side door and extending toward the lower step outside the vehicle. The amount was small, but significant enough to confirm that an incident had occurred at that location. Laboratory analysis later confirmed the blood belonged to Stephen. The investigation shifted immediately toward identifying who might have been in that area at the same time. Highway surveillance is limited, but investigators expanded their search to include cameras at nearby fuel stations, rest stops, and traffic monitoring points. One camera located at the truck stop captured an additional detail that had not been immediately apparent. A second truck, unmarked and not associated with any registered freight company, had been parked several spaces away during Stephen's stop. The same vehicle was later seen exiting the lot shortly after him, maintaining a similar direction of travel. Through registration records and cross-referencing with transport databases, the vehicle was traced to a man named Leonard Briggs, an independent operator with prior experience in freight transport. Briggs had a history of short-term contracts and was familiar with long-haul routes, including the specific corridor Stephen had been traveling. Detectives located Briggs and requested an interview. He acknowledged being at the truck stop that night, but claimed he had no interaction with Stephen and had continued on his own route independently. However, further analysis of traffic camera footage revealed that his vehicle had deviated from its expected path, appearing on a service road near the location where Stephen's truck was later found. The timing of that deviation aligned closely with the window in which Stephen's signal had stopped transmitting. When confronted with this information, Briggs stated that he had taken a wrong turn and briefly stopped before returning to the highway, an explanation that did not fully account for the duration of his presence in the area. A search warrant executed on his truck provided additional evidence. Inside the cab and sleeper compartment, forensic teams identified trace materials consistent with Stephen's vehicle, including fibers and particulate matter unique to the interior of the freight cab. More significantly, they had faint biological traces that had been partially cleaned but not entirely removed. Laboratory testing confirmed the presence of Stephen's blood. During a second interview, investigators presented the compiled evidence, outlining a timeline that placed Briggs in proximity to Stephen at multiple points along the route and directly at the location where the truck had been abandoned. As the sequence of events became increasingly difficult to dispute, Briggs's account began to change. He admitted to approaching Stephen after leaving the truck stop, initially claiming it was to discuss a mechanical issue he believed he had observed with the vehicle. Investigators determined that the interaction escalated beyond that initial contact. What followed was reconstructed through physical evidence and movement patterns. Stephen was removed from his truck at the service road location, and Briggs used his own vehicle to transport him away from the scene. The choice of location, off the main highway and out of direct view, indicated a level of awareness of how to avoid immediate detection. It took additional hours of questioning before Briggs disclosed where he had taken him, leading investigators to a remote stretch of land beyond the main transport corridor where evidence confirmed the outcome of the case. At trial, prosecutors focused on the continuity of actions rather than a single moment, presenting a structured timeline that demonstrated how the encounter extended into a series of deliberate decisions. Surveillance footage, route data, and forensic analysis were used to show that the events could not be explained as an isolated confrontation alone. The jury ultimately returned a verdict of guilty, and Leonard Briggs was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. For those who worked in long-haul transport, the case stood out not only because of what happened, but because of how ordinary the beginning appeared. Next story. I'm going to tell you another true story that unfolded quietly over many years. One where nothing appeared urgent, nothing looked violent, and no one believed a crime was happening at all. This is a story about control that hid behind devotion, about loyalty that slowly turned into confinement, and about a woman who disappeared while still living inside her own home. This case is unsettling not because of how it ended, but because of how long it was allowed to continue without interference. This is the true story of Theodore and Jacqueline Wilder. Jacqueline Wilder was intelligent, gentle, and deeply private. She married Theodore Wilder, believing she had found stability and companionship. Theodore presented himself as protective and attentive, someone who valued order and structure. Early in the marriage, he encouraged Jacqueline to rely on him for decisions, finances, and communication with others. It did not feel like control at first. It felt like care. Over time, however, her independence quietly eroded. Theodore discouraged Jacqueline from working outside the home. He insisted he could provide everything they needed. He gradually reduced her contact with friends and family, claiming outside influences caused her stress. If she resisted, he framed it as concern for her mental health. He told her she was fragile, that the world was overwhelming, that he alone understood how to keep her safe. Jacqueline began to doubt herself. As the years passed, Jacqueline's world became smaller. Theodore monitored phone calls. He read mail. He controlled transportation. He explained these actions as protection. If Jacqueline questioned him, he accused her of being ungrateful or unstable. Over time, she stopped questioning altogether. She trusted his version of reality because resisting it felt exhausting and dangerous. Neighbors rarely saw Jacqueline. When they did, she appeared quiet and subdued. Theodore often spoke on her behalf. He explained her absence by saying she was ill, anxious, or preferred privacy. No one pressed further. The explanations sounded reasonable. There were no bruises, no visible signs of abuse, just absence. Inside the home, Jacqueline lived under constant surveillance. Theodore controlled food, sleep schedules, and access to information. He convinced her she could not survive without him, that no one else would believe her, that leaving would destroy her life completely. Psychological confinement replaced physical locks. She was not chained. She was convinced. Years passed this way. Eventually, Jacqueline stopped being seen entirely. Theodore told acquaintances she had moved away for treatment. Later, he claimed she had died from illness. There was no obituary, no funeral, no records. People assumed privacy explained the silence. Life continued. It was only when Theodore attempted to remarry years later that questions resurfaced. Officials asked for documentation regarding Jacqueline's status. Records did not exist. Stories conflicted. Investigators reopened the matter quietly, piecing together timelines and inconsistencies. What they discovered was deeply disturbing. Jacqueline had not left. She had not received treatment. She had not died of natural causes with medical documentation. Evidence suggested that after years of isolation and psychological domination, Jacqueline had died inside the home. Whether through neglect, intentional harm, or deliberate deprivation was difficult to determine. Theodore had ensured there were no witnesses, no paper trail, and no urgency. When authorities searched the property, they found traces that confirmed Jacqueline's presence long after Theodore claimed she was gone. Items hidden, rooms sealed, evidence of confinement rather than care. The home itself told a story of control that had been normalized over decades. Theodore Wilder was arrested and charged with murder and unlawful confinement. During questioning, he remained calm. He spoke as if he had done nothing wrong. He described his actions as necessary, protective, rational. Even then, he framed himself as the only person who had ever truly cared for Jacqueline. At trial, prosecutors focused not on sudden violence, but on slow destruction, on how a person can be erased without ever leaving a room, on how isolation can be used as a weapon, on how fear does not always scream. Sometimes it whispers for years until there is nothing left to hear it. Theodore was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Jacqueline Wilder's story became a cautionary reminder of how abuse can exist without visible wounds, how disappearance does not always involve distance, and how silence, when accepted for too long, can become deadly. This case is chilling because it asks an uncomfortable question. How many lives are shrinking quietly right now, mistaken for privacy, mistaken for choice, mistaken for love? Jacqueline did not vanish suddenly. She faded slowly, inside a marriage that looked stable, inside a home that looked safe, while the world looked away. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about ambition twisted into violence, about a woman who wanted fame at any cost, and about how desperation for recognition can transform into murderous rage. In the glittering world of professional figure skating, where athletes dedicate their lives to perfection and competition is fierce, a rivalry was escalating beyond normal bounds. Two skaters were competing for spots on the 1994 U.S. Olympic team, but one was willing to cross lines that should never be crossed to eliminate her competition. What followed would become one of the most infamous attacks in sports history. This is the story of Tanya Harding and the attack on Nancy Kerrigan. On January 6, 1994, as Nancy practiced at a skating rink in Detroit, a man approached her after she left the ice and struck her knee with a metal baton. The attack was designed to injure her badly enough to force her withdrawal from the upcoming national championships and Olympic trials. The assailant was hired by Tanya's ex-husband Jeff Gillooly and her bodyguard Sean Eckhart, and evidence suggested Tanya knew about and approved the plan. The attack failed to end Nancy's career, but it ended Tanya's destroyed reputations and revealed how far some will go to achieve their dreams. Tanya Maxine Harding was born on November 12, 1970, in Portland, Oregon. Her childhood was marked by poverty and abuse that shaped her aggressive, combative personality. Her mother, Lavana, was brutal, physically and emotionally abusing Tanya throughout her childhood. She would beat her daughter, mock her appearance, and push her relentlessly in skating while never offering praise or affection. Tanya's family was poor, struggling to afford skating lessons and equipment. This made her an outsider in the elite world of figure skating, where most competitors came from wealthy families who could afford the best coaches and training. Tanya wore homemade costumes while her competitors wore expensive designer outfits. She felt judged and dismissed by skating officials who valued elegance and refinement, qualities Tanya's rough background had not provided. But Tanya had undeniable athletic ability. She was powerful and aggressive, landing jumps other female skaters could not. In 1991, she became the first American woman to land a triple axel in competition, a feat requiring tremendous strength and technical skill. This should have made her a star, but judges consistently scored her lower than competitors with more polished presentations. Tanya's personal life was chaotic. She married Jeff Gillooly when she was 19, beginning a volatile relationship marked by domestic violence. Jeff was controlling and abusive, and Tanya was trapped in a cycle she did not know how to escape. The abuse she had experienced from her mother had normalized violence in relationships. By 1993, Tanya's skating career was declining. She was 23, old for a figure skater, and her technical skills were offset by presentation scores that judges kept artificially low. Meanwhile, Nancy Kerrigan was emerging as America's skating sweetheart. Nancy was elegant, beautiful, and came from a working-class background that made her relatable. She was everything Tanya was not, and she was winning. Tanya became obsessed with Nancy, seeing her as the obstacle between herself and Olympic glory. In Tanya's mind, if Nancy were eliminated, she would make the Olympic team and finally receive the recognition she deserved. This obsession transformed into a conspiracy to injure Nancy badly enough to force her withdrawal from competition. Tanya's ex-husband Jeff and her bodyguard Sean began planning the attack in late 1993. They hired Shane Stant to carry out the assault and Derek Smith to drive the getaway car. The plan was crude but effective. Wait for Nancy to finish practice, approach her when she was vulnerable, and strike her knee hard enough to cause serious injury. On January 6, 1994, at the Cobo Arena in Detroit, Shane Stant waited for Nancy to finish practicing. As she walked through a corridor talking to her father, Shane rushed up and struck her right knee with a metal baton. He fled before anyone could stop him. Nancy collapsed, crying in pain and confusion, repeatedly asking why someone would do this to her. The attack made international headlines immediately. Nancy was America's sweetheart, and the brutal assault shocked the sports world. Investigators began working to identify the assailant and determine if this was a random attack or something more sinister. Within days, the conspiracy unraveled. Sean Eckhart, Tanya's bodyguard, began talking to people about his involvement, unable to resist bragging about the crime. Investigators traced phone records connecting Tanya's camp to the attacker. Jeff, Sean, Shane, and Derek were all arrested and confessed, each implicating the others. The question became, what did Tanya know and when did she know it? Evidence suggested she knew about the attack beforehand and may have helped plan it, though she denied this. After the attack, she definitely knew who was responsible, but said nothing to authorities, making her complicit even if she had not initiated the plan. Nancy recovered more quickly than expected. Her knee was bruised, but not permanently damaged. She competed at the national championships in February and placed second. Tanya won the event, but the victory was overshadowed by the investigation. Both were named to the Olympic team, setting up a dramatic confrontation in Lillehammer, Norway. At the 1994 Winter Olympics, the focus was on Tanya and Nancy rather than the competition itself. Nancy skated beautifully and won the silver medal. Tanya's performance was disastrous, hampered by equipment problems and the pressure of the scandal. She finished eighth. After the Olympics, Tanya pleaded guilty to conspiring to hinder prosecution for not reporting what she knew about the attack. She received 3 years probation, was fined, and was banned for life from competitive figure skating. Her accomplices received prison sentences ranging from 18 months to 2 years. Nancy continued skating professionally and became a commentator and analyst. Her career recovered, though the attack remains the event most associated with her name. Tanya's life after skating was troubled, marked by various attempts to achieve fame through boxing, reality television, and other ventures. The attack on Nancy Kerrigan stands as one of sport's most shocking moments, revealing how far ambition can push people beyond moral boundaries. Tanya Harding destroyed her own career and reputation in an attempt to eliminate competition, proving that sometimes the most dangerous opponent is not the one across the ice, but the desperation and rage within yourself that convinces you violence is the answer to your problems. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about greed disguised as care, about a man who exploited the most vulnerable, and about how trust placed in medical professionals can become a weapon in the wrong hands. In the healthcare facilities of Ohio and Kentucky during the 1980s, a respiratory therapist was moving quietly through intensive care units in the early morning hours. He was trusted, credentialed, and seemed dedicated to his work. But Donald Harvey was using his access to vulnerable patients to commit crimes that would eventually earn him the grim title of one of America's most prolific medical murderers. This is the story of Donald Harvey, who between 1970 and 1987 ended the lives of at least 37 patients in his care, though he confessed to 87 cases across multiple hospitals. He used various methods, including administering toxic substances, tampering with medical equipment, and introducing contaminants into feeding tubes. His crimes went undetected for 17 years as he moved between facilities, his victims' passings attributed to their underlying medical conditions. His capture in 1987 exposed catastrophic failures in hospital oversight and patient safety protocols. Donald Harvey was born on April 15, 1952, in Butler County, Ohio. His childhood was troubled, marked by alleged abuse that he later claimed shaped his psychology. He struggled in school and had difficulty maintaining relationships. He was quiet and withdrawn, showing little emotion or connection to others around him. Harvey dropped out of high school and joined the Air Force, but his military career was brief. He received a medical discharge after attempting self-harm and showing signs of psychological distress. He returned to Ohio and drifted through various jobs before finding work in healthcare, first as an orderly and later training as a respiratory therapist. Harvey began working at Marymount Hospital in Kentucky in 1970 when he was just 18 years old. Within months of starting this job, patients began experiencing unexpected complications and passings. Harvey later confessed that he ended the lives of at least 15 patients during his time at Marymount, using various methods including smothering and introducing substances into their systems. His stated motivation varied. Sometimes he claimed he was providing mercy to suffering patients. Other times he admitted he killed because patients were difficult or because he was bored. Psychological evaluations would later reveal he derived satisfaction from having power over life and situations, and that he showed classic signs of severe personality disorders. Harvey moved to Cincinnati and found work at the VA Medical Center, where he worked from 1975 to 1985. During this decade, he continued his pattern, ending the lives of numerous patients. He became more sophisticated in his methods, using substances that were difficult to detect and varying his approaches to avoid pattern recognition. He administered cyanide, arsenic, and other toxic materials. He tampered with medical equipment and contaminated feeding systems. The victims were primarily elderly veterans receiving care for serious medical conditions. When they experienced complications or passed away, staff attributed it to their underlying health problems. Harvey was careful to target patients whose conditions made sudden decline plausible. He kept detailed mental records of his activities, but left no written evidence that might incriminate him. Hospital staff never suspected Harvey during his decade at the VA facility. He was seen as a competent, reliable employee who showed up for shifts and did his work. He was quiet and unremarkable, the kind of person who blended into the background. This invisibility allowed him to continue his activities undetected year after year. In 1985, Harvey moved to Drake Hospital in Cincinnati, where he worked in the cardiac care unit. He continued his pattern of harming patients, but here his activities would finally be discovered. In March 1987, a patient named John Powell passed away unexpectedly. Powell's family insisted on an autopsy despite doctors attributing the passing to natural causes. The autopsy revealed high levels of cyanide in Powell's system. This discovery prompted investigation into other recent passings at Drake Hospital. Authorities began examining patterns and discovered suspicious circumstances in multiple cases. When investigators looked into who had access to all the affected patients, Harvey emerged as the common factor. Harvey was questioned by police in March 1987. Initially, he denied involvement, but when confronted with evidence, he began confessing. What started as admission to 1 or 2 cases expanded into a detailed confession spanning 17 years and multiple facilities. Harvey provided information about dozens of victims, describing methods and motivations with disturbing casualness. Authorities were shocked by the scope of his admissions. Harvey confessed to ending the lives of patients at multiple hospitals where he had worked. He described using cyanide, arsenic, contaminated solutions, and other methods. He admitted that some victims had been suffering, and he claimed to provide mercy, but many were not terminally ill and could have recovered with proper care. Harvey's trial in 1987 resulted in multiple convictions. Rather than face potential death sentences in Kentucky for murders committed there, he agreed to plead guilty to Ohio charges in exchange for life sentences. He was convicted of 37 cases in Ohio and received multiple consecutive life sentences, ensuring he would never be released. During sentencing, families of victims expressed their anguish at learning their loved ones had been intentionally harmed by someone entrusted with their care. Many have been told their family members passed from natural disease progression, never suspecting foul play until Harvey's confession revealed the truth. The Harvey case exposed serious gaps in hospital safety protocols. There were insufficient controls on access to dangerous substances, inadequate monitoring of patient outcomes by individual staff members, and poor coordination between facilities regarding problem employees. Hospitals had no system for tracking suspicious patterns across institutions. Following Harvey's conviction, healthcare facilities implemented significant reforms. These included better medication security, enhanced monitoring of patient outcomes, systematic review of unexpected complications, and databases to track concerning patterns across multiple employers. These changes came too late for Harvey's victims, but helped protect future patients. Donald Harvey remained in prison in Ohio until March 30th, 2017, when he was attacked and fatally injured by another inmate. He was 64 years old. He had spent 30 years in prison, longer than his 17-year career as a healthcare worker who betrayed every principle of his profession. His case stands as a dark reminder that predators can infiltrate helping professions, that trust can be exploited, and that vulnerable patients depend on systems that must be constantly vigilant to protect them from those who see caregiving not as a calling, but as an opportunity to satisfy pathological needs for power and control. Next story. In the summer of 2021, a young couple began a cross-country road trip across the United States, documenting their journey through national parks, small towns, and remote landscapes. Gabby Petito was 22 years old, traveling with her fiancé Brian Laundrie in a converted van. Their trip was meant to last several months, and much of it was shared publicly through photos and short videos that presented a calm and adventurous life on the road. By late August, something had shifted. On August 12th, police in Moab, Utah, responded to a report of a domestic disturbance involving the couple. Witnesses had seen an argument outside the vehicle. When officers arrived, both individuals were separated and questioned. Gabby appeared distressed, while Brian remained relatively composed. Officers determined there was not enough evidence to charge either person with a crime, but they separated them for the night as a precaution. It was one of the last official interactions anyone would have with Gabby while she was alive. In the days that followed, communication from Gabby became inconsistent. Messages were sent to her family, but the tone and timing raised concern. By the end of August, contact stopped completely. On September 1st, Brian Laundrie returned alone to his family home in Florida, driving the same van they had used for the trip. Gabby was not with him. He did not report her missing. He did not provide an explanation. 10 days later, on September 11th, Gabby's family officially reported her missing. The case quickly gained national attention. The timeline immediately raised questions. Brian had returned home without Gabby and remained silent during the period when her family was trying to locate her. When police attempted to speak with him, he declined to cooperate and referred them to legal counsel. Search efforts focused on the last known locations of the couple, particularly areas in Wyoming where they had been traveling in late August. Investigators began reviewing footage from other travelers who had been in the same region. One piece of video became critical. A travel blogger had unknowingly captured Gabby's van parked near a remote camping area in Grand Teton National Park. The footage was dated August 27th. That location became the center of the search. On September 19th, human remains were discovered in that area. They were later confirmed to be Gabby Petito. The cause of death was determined to be homicide by strangulation. At that point, Brian Laundrie became the primary person of interest. However, he was no longer at his home. His parents reported that he had left several days earlier, saying he was going for a hike in a nearby nature reserve. Search teams began combing the Carlton Reserve in Florida, a large and difficult terrain with water, dense vegetation, and limited visibility. The search continued for weeks. On October 20th, partial human remains were found in the reserve, along with personal items belonging to Brian Laundrie, including a notebook. The remains were later confirmed to be his. The cause of death was ruled a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The notebook recovered at the scene contained written statements in which Brian admitted responsibility for Gabby's death. The contents described the act and his actions afterward, providing the only direct account of what had happened. The case reached its conclusion without a trial. There was no courtroom testimony, no cross-examination, no public legal resolution in the traditional sense. Instead, the The sequence of events was established through physical evidence, digital records, witness accounts, and the written admission found after Brian's death. What remains is a timeline that is clear in its outcome, but still unsettling in how quickly it unfolded. A public journey that appeared calm and controlled, followed by a sudden break in communication, a delayed response, and a series of discoveries that filled in the gaps after it was already too late. There are no unresolved suspects, no ongoing investigation. Gabby Petito was killed. Brian Laundrie was identified as responsible, and the case closed with both individuals no longer alive, leaving behind a record built from fragments that had to be assembled after the fact. Next story. On the morning of November 2nd, 2007, in the university city of Perugia, Italy, a quiet apartment shared by several students became the center of an investigation that would draw international attention for years. Meredith Kircher, a 21-year-old British exchange student, had been living there while studying abroad. She shared the apartment with other young women, including Amanda Knox, an American student who had arrived in Italy only weeks earlier. The previous evening had seemed ordinary. Meredith had spent time with friends, returned home, and was expected to continue her normal routine the next day. Instead, by late morning, concern began to grow when her bedroom door was found locked and there were signs inside the apartment that something was wrong. Amanda Knox and her then-boyfriend Rafael Salcido were among those present when the unusual circumstances were first noticed. They reported seeing blood traces in the bathroom and signs of disturbance, including a broken window in another room that suggested a possible break-in. Police were called, and when Meredith's locked bedroom door was forced open, they found her body inside. She had been killed during the night. The crime scene was immediately treated as a homicide, and the severity of the violence made it clear that the investigation would be both urgent and complex. From the beginning, investigators focused on reconstructing the final hours of Meredith's life. The apartment itself created challenges. It was a shared space with multiple residents and frequent visitors, making the interpretation of fingerprints, traces, and movements more complicated than in an isolated environment. Early assumptions about the broken window and the possibility of an intruder became central to the first phase of the inquiry. Attention quickly turned toward Amanda Knox and Rafael Salcido. Their behavior in the immediate aftermath drew scrutiny from investigators and the media. Some considered their reactions unusual or inconsistent with what was expected from people close to the scene. This subjective interpretation, combined with evolving statements made during questioning, led police to view them as potential suspects rather than simply witnesses. Another man, Rudy Gede, also entered the investigation when forensic evidence placed him inside the room where Meredith was killed. His fingerprints and biological evidence created a direct connection to the crime scene. Gede had a prior history of break-ins and theft, and his presence strongly supported the possibility of an intruder entering the apartment. Despite this, the case did not settle into a simple, single-suspect conclusion. Prosecutors argued that Meredith's murder involved multiple people, suggesting that Gede had not acted alone and that Amanda Knox and Rafael Salcido had also been involved. This theory became the basis of one of the most controversial legal proceedings of the time. Amanda Knox was questioned extensively, and during that process, she made statements that created additional confusion, including the implication of another man who was later proven to have no involvement. Those statements, later challenged as the result of intense interrogation conditions, damaged her credibility and shaped early public perception. The trial that followed relied heavily on forensic interpretation, disputed timelines, and conflicting narratives. Prosecutors pointed to traces found in the apartment and argued that the behavior of Knox and Salcido indicated guilt. The defense challenged both the reliability of the forensic evidence and the methods used during the investigation, arguing that assumptions had been made too early and then reinforced rather than tested. In 2009, Amanda Knox and Rafael Salcido were convicted of Meredith Kircher's murder. Rudy Gede had already been convicted separately in a fast-track trial and sentenced for his role in the killing. Yet even after the convictions, debate intensified rather than ended. Questions were raised internationally about the handling of evidence, contamination risks at the crime scene, and whether the case against Knox and Salcedo had been built more on interpretation than certainty. Appeals followed over several years. In 2011, Amanda Knox and Rafael Salcedo were acquitted and released after a court found major problems with the evidence used against them. Later, additional legal proceedings briefly reinstated convictions, creating further confusion and public debate. Finally, in 2015, Italy's highest court definitively acquitted Amanda Knox and Rafael Salcedo, concluding that the evidence against them was insufficient and deeply flawed. The ruling effectively ended the case against them. Rudy Gide remained the only person whose conviction stood. The court accepted that he had participated in the murder of Meredith Kercher, but the exact sequence of events and whether anyone else had been involved remained a matter of lasting discussion. The case became famous not only because of the crime itself, but because of how uncertain the path to legal resolution became. It showed how quickly perception can shape investigation, how behavior can be interpreted as evidence, and how forensic uncertainty can grow larger under public pressure. There is no dispute about the central fact. Meredith Kercher was killed in her own home while studying far from her family, and her death became the center of a legal storm that lasted for years. What changed over time was not the tragedy itself, but the confidence placed in the people first accused of causing it. In the end, one man remained convicted, 2 others were fully acquitted, and the case became a lasting example of how a murder investigation can continue long after the crime itself. Not because the victim is forgotten, but because the search for certainty becomes its own separate battle. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a teacher who betrayed her students, about innocence exploited in the cruelest way, and about how those entrusted with protecting children can sometimes be the very ones who destroy them. In the classrooms of Seattle, Washington, where children should have been learning and growing in safety, a 6th grade teacher was grooming one of her 12-year-old students for a relationship that would shock the nation. She presented herself as a dedicated educator, young and enthusiastic about teaching, but she was systematically manipulating a vulnerable boy, crossing boundaries that should have been sacred, transforming a position of trust into an instrument of abuse. This is the story of Mary Kay Letourneau, a 34-year-old elementary school teacher who in 1996 began a sexual relationship with her 12-year-old student Billy Foileau. She became pregnant with a child while he was still in 6th grade, was arrested and convicted of child rape, then violated her parole to continue the relationship, becoming pregnant again. She served 7 years in prison and after her release, shockingly married her victim when he turned 18. Their relationship lasted until her death in 2020, but it began as child sexual abuse that was romanticized by media coverage that should have called it what it was, a crime. Mary Catherine Schmitz was born on January 30th, 1962, in Tustin, California. She came from a prominent Catholic family. Her father was a politician who served in the U.S. House of Representatives, and her mother was a fervent anti-abortion activist. Mary Kay grew up in an environment of rigid religious values and public scrutiny, where appearance and reputation mattered above all else. Despite the outward respectability, Mary Kay's childhood was troubled. Her father was later revealed to have had affairs and illegitimate children, creating a family environment built on hypocrisy and hidden shame. Mary Kay learned early that public image mattered more than private truth, that respectable facades could conceal moral failures. Mary Kay attended Catholic schools and seemed to be following a conventional path. She married her college boyfriend Steve Letourneau, had 4 children with him, and became an elementary school teacher. To those who knew her, she seemed like a devoted mother and enthusiastic educator. But her marriage was troubled, and she was unhappy with her life, feeling trapped by responsibilities and unfulfilled expectations. In 1996, Mary Kay was teaching 6th grade at Shorewood Elementary School in Seattle. Among her students was 12-year-old Billy Foileau, a quiet boy from a troubled family. Billy's home life was chaotic, with an absent father and a mother struggling with her own issues. He was vulnerable, seeking attention and validation that he was not receiving at home. Mary Kay began paying special attention to Billy, praising his artwork and spending time with him after school. What she claimed was mentoring was actually grooming, the systematic process predators use to break down boundaries and prepare victims for abuse. She isolated him from other students, created situations where they would be alone together, and convinced him that their relationship was special and unique. By summer 1996, Mary Kay and Billy were having sexual contact. She was a 34-year-old married mother of 4. He was a 12-year-old child who could not legally consent to any sexual activity with an adult. The relationship was statutory rape under Washington law, a crime that recognized children cannot consent to sex with adults regardless of what they might say or believe. Mary Kay became pregnant with Billy's child in late 1996. When she gave birth in May 1997, the situation could no longer be hidden. Police were notified and began investigating. Mary Kay was arrested and charged with 2 counts of second-degree child rape. During her trial, Mary Kay claimed she was in love with Billy and that their relationship was consensual. Her attorneys attempted to portray it as a love story rather than abuse. But prosecutors argued correctly that a 12-year-old cannot consent to sex with an adult, that the power imbalance between teacher and student made consent impossible, and that Mary Kay had exploited her position of authority to sexually abuse a child in her care. Mary Kay pleaded guilty to 2 counts of second-degree child rape in August 1997. She was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison, but the judge suspended all but 6 months on the condition that she have no contact with Billy. She was released in January 1998 with strict orders to stay away from her victim. Within weeks of her release, Mary Kay violated her parole by meeting with Billy. Police found them together in a car in February 1998. She was immediately arrested and sent back to prison to serve her full sentence. She was also pregnant again with Billy's second child, conceived during her brief period of freedom. Mary Kay served 7 years in prison, giving birth to her second daughter by Billy while incarcerated. During this time, media coverage of the case was disturbing in how it romanticized the relationship. Some outlets portrayed it as a forbidden love story rather than what it was, an adult sexually abusing a child. This coverage minimized the crime and normalized predatory behavior when the perpetrator was an attractive woman and the victim was a boy. Mary Kay was released from prison in 2004 when Billy was 21 years old. Shockingly, the two resumed their relationship and married in 2005. They stayed together for 15 years, raising their 2 daughters. To some, this seemed to validate the relationship, proof that it was genuine love rather than abuse. But psychologists and child protection advocates argued that Billy had been groomed from such a young age that his perception of the relationship was fundamentally warped by the abuse. Mary Kay Letourneau died of cancer on July 6, 2020, at age 58. Billy separated from her before her death, finally gaining distance from the woman who had abused him as a child. In interviews after her death, he acknowledged the relationship had been inappropriate and that he had been victimized, though he struggled to fully process and articulate the abuse he had experienced. The Mary Kay Letourneau case exposed serious double standards in how society views sexual abuse. When male teachers abuse female students, they are rightfully called predators and pedophiles. But when female teachers abuse male students, the crimes are often minimized with language like affair or relationship, as if a child can have an affair with an adult. The case also revealed how victims of abuse can be so thoroughly groomed that they defend their abusers and even continue relationships with them into adulthood. This does not make the abuse less real or less damaging. It demonstrates how profoundly predators can warp their victims' understanding of healthy relationships. Mary Kay Letourneau was not a romantic figure or a woman who fell in love inappropriately. She was a child predator who used her position of authority to sexually abuse a vulnerable 12-year-old boy, destroyed his childhood, and warped his development so thoroughly that he could not escape her influence even as an adult. Her story is not a love story. It is a crime story about a teacher who betrayed every principle of her profession and a system that failed to protect a child from his abuser. Next story. On a cold evening in February 1994, The quiet coastal city of Gloucester, Massachusetts, was settling into the slow rhythm of winter when 25-year-old Marian Lenehan left her home to meet someone she had spoken to earlier that day. Marian was a young mother with a small daughter, known by friends and neighbors as responsible, hardworking, and deeply devoted to her child. She had recently been trying to rebuild parts of her life, balancing work, family, and the challenges of raising a child on her own. When she left home that evening, she told people close to her that she would not be gone long. She had arranged to meet someone who had expressed interest in buying a car she had advertised for sale. It seemed like an ordinary transaction, the kind that happens every day when strangers connect through a classified advertisement. Yet that meeting would become the last confirmed moment anyone saw her alive. When Marian failed to return home, concern grew quickly. Family members tried calling friends and places she might have gone, but no one had heard from her. By the following day, the situation had become serious enough that police were contacted, and investigators began to piece together the events leading up to her disappearance. They learned that Marian had received a phone call from a man who claimed he wanted to purchase her vehicle. During the conversation, he asked several questions about the car and suggested meeting in person to discuss the sale. According to phone records and witness statements, the man had arranged to meet her later that evening in a nearby area. After that conversation, Marian prepared to leave, expecting a routine exchange that would likely take less than an hour. She drove away from her home and disappeared into the winter darkness. Investigators began their search by retracing Marian's movements and identifying the person who had called about the car. Phone records became the first major clue. The number used to contact her was traced to a man named John Burbine, a local resident who lived only a short distance away. Burbine was not initially known to police as a violent criminal. On the surface, he appeared to live a relatively ordinary life, though neighbors later described him as quiet and somewhat withdrawn. Detectives decided to question him about the phone call and the planned meeting with Marian. When officers first approached him, Burbine acknowledged that he had contacted her about the car, but claimed that he had changed his mind and never actually met her. According to his explanation, he had simply decided not to pursue the purchase. The explanation raised immediate suspicions. Phone records confirmed that Burbine had indeed spoken with Marian shortly before she disappeared, and the timing of the call suggested that the meeting had been arranged very specifically. Investigators also discovered that the number he used was linked directly to his home. When detectives examined his timeline for the evening, several inconsistencies appeared. Burbine claimed he had been at home during the time Marian vanished, yet he could not provide any witnesses who could confirm his whereabouts. The inconsistencies were enough to justify deeper investigation, and police obtained a warrant to search his property. What investigators discovered inside Burbine's home began to reveal the truth about what had happened that night. Evidence suggested that Marian had indeed come to the house after responding to the offer to purchase her car. Signs of a violent struggle were found inside the residence, along with physical evidence linking her to the location. Forensic technicians collected fibers, blood traces, and other materials that would later play an important role in reconstructing the crime. The evidence indicated that the meeting had not been a legitimate car sale, but rather a carefully planned trap designed to bring Mary into the house alone. As detectives continued their work, they began to uncover disturbing details about Burbine's actions leading up to the crime. He had intentionally searched classified listings for items being sold by women, using those advertisements as a way to make contact and arrange meetings. The pattern suggested that Marian had been specifically targeted because she appeared vulnerable and willing to meet a potential buyer in person. The strategy allowed him to lure victims into situations where he could isolate them without raising immediate suspicion. Investigators realized that the crime was not impulsive but calculated, the result of deliberate planning and manipulation. Confronted with the growing evidence against him, Burbine's story began to collapse. During further questioning, he eventually admitted that Marian had come to his home that evening. According to his confession, the meeting quickly turned violent. The details of what happened inside the house revealed the extent of the brutality involved, though investigators focused primarily on building a clear timeline and gathering the evidence necessary for prosecution. After the attack, Burbine attempted to conceal the crime by disposing of Marion's body and eliminating traces that might connect him to the murder. The investigation eventually led police to the location where he had hidden her remains. The discovery confirmed what detectives had suspected from the beginning of the case. Mary had been murdered shortly after arriving at his home. The recovery of her body provided crucial forensic evidence that strengthened the prosecution's case and allowed investigators to present a complete account of the events that had taken place that winter night. When the case went to trial, prosecutors presented a detailed narrative supported by physical evidence, phone records, and Burbine's own admissions. They explained how he had used the car advertisement as a way to initiate contact and create the opportunity for the crime. Witnesses testified about Mary Ann's plans that evening, confirming that she had left home expecting a legitimate meeting. Forensic experts described the evidence recovered from the house and the location where her body was found, demonstrating how the investigation had linked Burbine directly to the murder. The defense attempted to challenge aspects of the timeline and suggested alternative interpretations of certain pieces of evidence. But the prosecution's case was strong and carefully constructed. Jurors heard how the phone call had led Mary indirectly to the person responsible for her death, and how the forensic evidence connected the crime scene to Burbine's home. After reviewing the evidence and testimony, the jury found him guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison, ensuring that he would never again be able to harm anyone in the community. For Mary Ann's family, the trial brought a measure of justice, but could never undo the loss they had suffered. Her daughter would grow up without her mother, and the community of Gloucester would carry the memory of a crime that shattered the sense of safety people had long taken for granted. The case became a sobering reminder of how easily ordinary situations can be manipulated by those with violent intentions. A simple classified advertisement, something meant to connect buyers and sellers, had been turned into a tool for deception and harm. The investigation also highlighted the importance of careful detective work and the role of forensic evidence in uncovering the truth. Next story. In the autumn of 1998, in the quiet city of Bellingham, Washington, 30-year-old school teacher Laura Whitaker followed the same routine she had maintained for years. She taught third grade at a small elementary school on the north side of the city, where students and parents knew her as patient, organized, and deeply committed to her work. Laura had moved to Bellingham a few years earlier after graduating from a teaching program, drawn by the calm pace of the coastal town and the strong sense of community around its schools. She lived alone in a small rented house only a few miles from the school where she worked. Most of her days were predictable and structured, beginning early in the morning with lesson planning and ending in the evening with quiet time at home grading papers or preparing activities for the next day. Because her routine was so consistent, the events of October 12th stood out immediately to those who knew her well. That evening, Laura failed to appear at a small dinner gathering she had planned with two close friends, something that had never happened before. Where her friends tried to reach her by phone, there was no answer. At first, they assumed she might still be at school finishing work or perhaps had forgotten the time. But as the hours passed and the calls continued to go unanswered, concern began to grow. The following morning, Laura also failed to appear at school. The principal, aware that she had never missed a day without notice, contacted police to request a welfare check. Officers arrived at her home late that morning and discovered something that immediately raised alarm. Laura's car was parked in the driveway exactly where it should have been, and the house appeared quiet from the outside. Inside, however, there were subtle signs that something had gone wrong. Papers were scattered across the living room floor as if someone had been interrupted while working. A chair had been knocked over near the front door, and Laura's purse was sitting on the kitchen counter along with her keys. Detectives quickly realized that Laura had likely encountered someone inside her home the previous evening. There were no signs of forced entry, which suggested that she may have opened the door willingly or recognized the person who came to visit. Forensic technicians began carefully collecting evidence from the house, searching for fingerprints, fibers, and any trace that might reveal what had happened. Small spots of blood were discovered near the doorway, indicating that a violent struggle had taken place. The amount was limited but significant enough to confirm that Laura had been injured before disappearing. Investigators expanded their search to the surrounding neighborhood, interviewing residents who might have seen or heard something unusual during the evening hours. One neighbor reported noticing a pickup truck parked along the street around the time Laura would have been home from school. The vehicle did not belong to anyone in the immediate area, and the driver had remained inside for some time before eventually walking toward Laura's house. The witness had not thought much of it at the time, assuming it was simply a visitor or delivery driver. But when detectives followed up on the description of the truck, they discovered that it closely resembled a vehicle owned by a man named Eric Dalton. Dalton was a former maintenance worker who had previously done repair work at Laura's school earlier that year. Investigators learned that Dalton had spoken with Laura several times during the weeks when he worked at the building. Co-workers recalled that he had shown an unusual interest in her, often lingering in the hallway to talk, even when the conversation seemed unnecessary. At the time, it had been dismissed as harmless friendliness, but after Laura disappeared, those interactions took on new significance. Detectives located Dalton and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted that he knew Laura from the school, but insisted that he had not seen her recently and had nothing to do with her disappearance. Despite his denial, investigators soon uncovered evidence that contradicted his statement. Phone records showed that Dalton had placed a call to Laura's home the evening before she vanished. When asked about the call, he claimed that he had simply wanted to ask about possible tutoring work for a relative's child, an explanation detectives found suspicious given the timing. Meanwhile, forensic analysis from the crime scene revealed a fingerprint on Laura's front door that matched Dalton's prints. Although he had previously been inside the school where Laura worked, he had no legitimate reason to have visited her home. The investigation intensified as detectives obtained a warrant to search Dalton's pickup truck. Inside, they discovered fibers that matched the carpet inside Laura's living room, as well as traces of blood that laboratory testing later confirmed belonged to her. Faced with this growing evidence, Dalton's story began to change. He eventually admitted that he had gone to Laura's house that evening intending to ask her out on a date. According to his statement, she rejected him and asked him to leave. The conversation turned into an argument, and the situation quickly escalated into violence. Dalton confessed that during the struggle, Laura was seriously injured. Instead of seeking help, he panicked and forced her into his truck before driving away from the neighborhood. Detectives pressed him for details about where he had taken her, and he eventually led them to a remote wooded area several miles outside the city. There, hidden beneath brush and fallen branches, investigators found Laura's body. The discovery confirmed the tragic outcome that many had feared since the investigation began. When the case went to trial, the prosecution carefully reconstructed the events of that evening. Witnesses from the school testified about Dalton's interactions with Laura and his growing fixation on her. Forensic experts explained how the evidence from the house and the truck connected him directly to the crime. Phone records and the neighbor's observation of the pickup truck placed him in the area at the exact time Laura disappeared. The defense attempted to portray the incident as a sudden argument that spiraled out of control, but the prosecution emphasized that Dalton's decision to remove Laura from her home and conceal her body demonstrated a clear effort to hide the crime. After hearing the evidence, the jury found Dalton guilty of murder and kidnapping. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The verdict brought a measure of closure to Laura's family, though the loss remained deeply painful for those who knew her. Students, colleagues, and members of the community remembered her as a teacher who had devoted her life to helping children learn and grow. The investigation into Laura Whitaker's disappearance demonstrated how even the smallest details can become crucial pieces of a larger puzzle. A neighbor's memory of a parked truck, a fingerprint on a door, and a few fibers inside a vehicle eventually revealed the truth about what had happened on that quiet October evening. Through persistent detective work and careful forensic analysis, investigators were able to reconstruct the events that led to Laura's death and ensure that the person responsible was held accountable. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that started with a routine night shift at a hospital but slowly uncovered a calculated murder that investigators would spend years untangling before the truth finally surfaced. In the winter of 2001, the city of Toledo, Ohio, moved through its usual quiet rhythm during the colder months. Snow-covered sidewalks, traffic slowed after sunset, and most people returned home early to escape the freezing wind coming off Lake Erie. On the night of January 9th, 34-year-old respiratory therapist Melissa Grant finished a long shift at a regional medical center just after 10:30 in the evening. Melissa had worked at the hospital for nearly 8 years and was known among co-workers as dependable and calm under pressure. Her job required her to assist patients struggling with breathing problems, often in emergency situations, and she had built a reputation for handling stressful moments with steady focus. That night had been busy but routine. Before leaving the hospital, she spoke briefly with 2 nurses at the staff desk, mentioning that she planned to stop at a late-night convenience store before driving home. The hospital parking cameras later showed Melissa walking to her car shortly after 10:45, placing her bag in the passenger seat and pulling out of the lot. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Melissa did not arrive home later that night, her husband initially assumed she had been called back to the hospital for an emergency shift. Medical staff were sometimes asked to return unexpectedly when patient numbers increased. But by the following morning, when she had still not returned and had not answered her phone, concern quickly turned into panic. Her husband contacted the hospital, only to learn she had left hours earlier. Police were notified shortly afterward. Investigators began their search by retracing Melissa's likely route home. It was a drive she had made hundreds of times, a 15-minute stretch through several well-lit roads before reaching her neighborhood. Officers checked nearby convenience stores and gas stations for surveillance footage. One store about 5 miles from the hospital confirmed that Melissa had stopped there around 11 o'clock. The footage showed her entering the store, buying a bottle of water and a snack, and leaving alone. But outside in the parking lot, another camera captured something investigators would later consider critical. A dark pickup truck pulled into the lot shortly after Melissa parked. The vehicle remained there as she left the store and walked back toward her car. The truck's driver could not be clearly seen in the grainy footage, but investigators noted that the vehicle left the lot only seconds after Melissa drove away. The discovery raised the possibility that someone may have followed her. Later that afternoon, police located Melissa's car abandoned in a quiet industrial area on the outskirts of the city. The vehicle was locked, but investigators immediately noticed something troubling inside. Her purse and work bag were still in the passenger seat. A faint smear of blood was visible along the inside edge of the driver's door. Forensic technicians carefully examined the car. Laboratory tests later confirmed that the blood belonged to Melissa. The discovery transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a suspected abduction and homicide. Detectives began reviewing people in Melissa's life who might have had contact with her recently. Co-workers, neighbors, and friends were interviewed extensively. Most described her life as stable and routine, with no obvious conflicts or threats. But during those interviews, investigators learned about a former maintenance contractor who had worked at the hospital several months earlier. His name was Victor Lang. Lang had performed mechanical repairs around the hospital during the previous year and had occasionally spoken with medical staff during his shifts. Several nurses remembered him lingering in staff areas longer than necessary, sometimes trying to start personal conversations. One coworker recalled that Lang had once asked several questions about Melissa, including what hours she worked. At the time, the questions seemed harmless. After Melissa disappeared, they seemed far more concerning. Detectives tracked down Lang and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had worked at the hospital, but claimed he barely knew Melissa. He insisted he had not seen her in months. However, investigators soon discovered that Lang owned a dark pickup truck matching the vehicle seen in the convenience store surveillance footage. When detectives asked about his whereabouts the night Melissa disappeared, his timeline contained several unexplained gaps. A search warrant was issued for the truck. Inside, investigators discovered fibers consistent with the fabric from Melissa's hospital uniform. Even more significant were faint traces of blood that had been partially cleaned from the interior floor mat. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood matched Melissa's DNA. Confronted with the forensic evidence, Lang's story began to unravel. During a second interrogation, he admitted he had seen Melissa leaving the convenience store that night and had followed her. According to his statement, he had developed an obsession with her months earlier when he worked at the hospital. He believed they had shared friendly interactions, though coworkers later confirmed those conversations had been brief and professional. Lang followed Melissa's car for several miles before forcing her to stop in the industrial area where police later found her vehicle. The confrontation quickly turned violent. Investigators believe Melissa fought back during the attack, which explained the blood traces discovered in the car and truck. Lang later transported her body to a remote wooded area outside the city. After hours of questioning, he eventually led detectives to the location. The discovery confirmed the details investigators had suspected from the evidence. Melissa's remains were found buried beneath a shallow layer of soil in an isolated section of forest nearly 30 miles from Toledo. The case proceeded to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage from the convenience store established the moment Lang first encountered Melissa that night. Forensic experts testified about the blood evidence recovered from both vehicles and the fibers linking Lang's truck to Melissa's clothing. Phone records and witness statements further supported the timeline showing Lang's movements during the night of the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been accidental, but prosecutors emphasized the calculated steps Lang took afterward to conceal the crime and destroy evidence. After several days of deliberation, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Victor Lang was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Melissa Grant's family, the conviction brought some measure of justice after months of uncertainty and grief. Co-workers at the hospital later organized a memorial fund in her name, supporting respiratory therapy students entering the medical field, honoring the work she had dedicated her life to. The investigation into Melissa's disappearance demonstrated how small pieces of evidence can slowly reveal the truth behind a crime. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a routine drive home after work, a disappearance that confused investigators for weeks before small pieces of overlooked evidence slowly revealed a carefully concealed murder. In the autumn of 2005, the town of Springfield, Missouri was moving through a typical weekday routine. Traffic flowed steadily through the main roads as people finished work and returned home for the evening. Among them was 35-year-old insurance agent Kevin Marshall. Kevin had worked for the same regional insurance company for nearly 10 years and was known by coworkers as someone who kept a steady routine. Most evenings he left the office around 5:30, drove the same route home, and spent the night with his wife and young daughter. Because his schedule rarely changed, the events of October 18th stood out immediately when something went wrong. That evening, Kevin left the office at 5:42 p.m. Security cameras in the building's parking garage captured him getting into his sedan and driving out toward the main road. One coworker waved goodbye as he pulled away. He never arrived home. When Kevin did not appear by 7 o'clock, his wife initially assumed he had been delayed by work or traffic. But when several phone calls went straight to voicemail and no messages were returned, concern began to grow. By the following morning, when he also failed to appear at the office, police were contacted and a missing person investigation began. Detectives started by tracing Kevin's last known movements after leaving work. Traffic cameras along his usual route showed his car passing through several intersections exactly as expected. But the final camera in the sequence captured something unusual. Kevin's sedan suddenly turned off the normal route toward a quiet industrial district several miles away from his home. Investigators had no immediate explanation for why he would go there. 2 days later, a patrol officer discovered Kevin's car parked behind an empty storage building in that same industrial area. The vehicle was locked and appeared untouched from the outside. Inside, however, investigators noticed something troubling. Kevin's phone and briefcase were sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians examined the interior of the car. Under specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood on the driver's side door and along the steering wheel. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Kevin. The discovery shifted the investigation from a missing person case to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining people connected to Kevin's life. Co-workers described him as professional and easy to work with. Financial records showed no major problems or debts. His family relationships appeared stable. For several days, investigators struggled to identify anyone who might have had a motive to harm him. The first major lead came from a witness who worked in a warehouse near the location where Kevin's car had been found. The worker told police that on the evening Kevin disappeared, he had seen another vehicle parked near the storage building around 6:30. It was a dark pickup truck, and the driver appeared to be speaking with someone standing near a sedan. The witness had not thought much about the moment at the time, assuming the two drivers were simply meeting. But after hearing about the investigation, he realized the sedan might have been Kevin's car. Detectives began searching for nearby surveillance footage that might have captured the pickup truck. After reviewing several cameras from surrounding businesses, they located footage showing a similar truck leaving the area shortly after the time the witness described. The license plate was partially visible. Investigators eventually traced the vehicle to a man named Robert Chandler. Chandler was 42 years old and owned a small contracting business that occasionally handled repair work for commercial buildings. When detectives looked deeper into his background, they discovered something that raised immediate suspicion. Several months earlier, Kevin's insurance company had denied a large property damage claim submitted by Chandler. Records showed Kevin had been the agent responsible for reviewing and rejecting the claim. Detectives brought Chandler in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had been frustrated about the insurance decision, but insisted he had never threatened Kevin. He also claimed he had not seen him recently. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Chandler in the industrial district at almost the exact time Kevin disappeared. When confronted with the phone data, Chandler said he had simply been driving through the area on his way to another job site. The explanation raised further suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A search warrant was issued for Chandler's pickup truck. Inside, the vehicle forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior upholstery of Kevin's sedan. Even more significant were faint blood traces on the passenger side floor mat. Laboratory analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Kevin. With the evidence mounting against him, Chandler was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic findings along with a witness statement, placing his truck near Kevin's car that evening. After several hours of questioning, his story began to unravel. Eventually, Chandler admitted that he had contacted Kevin earlier that day, asking to meet and discuss the insurance claim that had been denied. According to his statement, the two men agreed to meet in the industrial area after Kevin finished work. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument. During the confrontation, Chandler attacked Kevin. Realizing the seriousness of what he had done, he attempted to hide the crime by removing the body from the area and cleaning his truck. After hours of questioning, he finally revealed where he had taken Kevin. Detectives followed him to a wooded section of land nearly 30 miles outside Springfield. There they discovered a shallow grave hidden beneath loose soil and branches. The remains were later confirmed to be Kevin Marshall. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline of crime. Traffic camera footage showed Kevin diverting from his normal route to meet Chandler. Witness testimony placed Chandler's truck near the storage building. Forensic experts explained how fibers and blood evidence linked his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and not planned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Chandler took afterward to conceal the body and destroy evidence. After deliberating, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Robert Chandler was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Kevin Marshall's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Friends and coworkers remembered him as someone who had spent years building trust with clients and colleagues. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with almost no information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A witness remembering two vehicles parked together, a few fibers inside a truck, and small traces of blood eventually revealed the truth.